Zone.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZ and Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620, The Zone.
Crossover.
Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over. Canceled another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, Nick. Hello.
Hey. Hello. How are you?
I'm good. I'm real good.
Good.
We're going to find a situation today that doesn't make this microphone break off of this thing. So,
wow. So we're off to a better start than we were yesterday already.
So far, so good.
Good.
Yep. So there's that.
Nice.
Waiting on some Ohtani news.
I thought we got the news.
Well, people think that he's going to be a Toronto Blue Jay.
Yeah. Who is this? JP Hoornstra?
Mm-hmm. JP Hoornstra?
Hoornstra from DodgersNation.com. What's DodgersNation.com?
It's a website that covers the Dodgers.
Okay. Is it affiliated with anything?
It's got to be a blog.
I don't know.
Okay. Shohei Ohtani to sign with Toronto Blue Jays over LA Dodgers, sources. 14 comments.
14.
That seems like not enough comments.
No.
For news like this.
I mean, but the talk has been this way since this morning. I mean,
Marshall writes, "Go Jays, go." Marshall, John Bishop, handshake me.
Toronto Ohtani.
Oh, that's good.
I made it up really just now.
I like that.
There's a great account out there.
The great Twitter account has already been taken.
Yes.
Toronto Ohtani.
Toronto Ohtani.
I thought you didn't like parody Twitter accounts, but you've been retweeting this guy.
I don't, but I want
all day.
I've been retweeting it because it's me.
Oh,
I created it. I wanted
John
to squat.
made it up.
I wanted to squat on Toronto Ohtani.
That's lame.
I could have sworn it was me.
Yourself.
Well, I was.
I know.
Nick, you didn't figure it out when it says free Popeyes for life. So you mean a Diet Coke and a biscuit because that's how long it will take to get my order completed?
I didn't actually read the content of the tweets.
Millions of people think about this same thing every day. I'm not the only one.
Wow, look at all the followers that the account has so far.
How many?
2.
Well,
Who's one of them?
John and then Plat Cat.
Oh, we love Plat Cat.
Yeah, no.
Plat Cat. Plat Cat doesn't.
I just
follow
wanted
me.
to squat on it just in case. I was actually looking forward to the death of Toronto Ohtani when he signs with the Dodgers later today. But now it actually might be a thing. I may have to stay on this so that then someone in Canada will say, well, I should have that account. And I'll say, pay me.
I should have.
Pay me.
I think they should
pay me my money.
I think that Shohei should send the news to Toronto Ohtani Twitter account.
That'd be
to
great.
break it and say, I am here and it's official.
You should tweet from the account signing with Toronto and then first reported by
Toronto Ohtani.
Hoornstra or whatever.
Toronto Ohtani.
Wow, what a time to be alive. The Toronto
Good for
Blue
Canada,
Jays.
you know?
Great for Canada. They got Tim Hortons.
They tried to burn us out with their forest fires, and now they're stealing the best baseball player in the world.
Now we can talk about how Shohei hates America.
Yeah.
Oh.
And how much closer Toronto is to Japan.
That's right.
Oh, good points. Troy writes, On 3 just said McCord is 100%. This isn't a time for baseball talk.
Oh.
Who said?
Troy.
What do you mean 100%?
Yeah, where did Troy? Who said this?
Like 100% of the predictions
was it that
are
guy
for
from the
him
Dodgers?
to go to Nebraska?
I don't know. Troy is the person who lives in the weird Husker Twitter and will be like, hey,
well,
Google McBoogle says.
So they do that when like people on the On 3 thing can like predict where a guy is
that
gonna go.
Okay? I thought he was saying like Sipple says it's 100%.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen that out there yet.
Yeah.
we may have seen that by then.
Yeah.
By now.
I just was watching TikTok.
Oh, TikTok.
He was watching the TikTok.
TikTok.
I like that.
So there you go.
Sipple was having a tough time wrestling with himself on if there
is
or isn't a quarterback here this weekend visiting.
Oh, interesting.
He ultimately said, no, I don't think there is.
There will not be a quarterback here this weekend?
No, he didn't say that. He said there isn't right now.
Oh, at this moment in time.
At this moment in time.
Technically, Friday is not the weekend just yet.
Not yet.
True.
It's a
Ladies
weekday.
and gentlemen, not the weekend.
Yeah. Oh.
It is the end of the work week.
It is. Yeah.
He said as of 12:36, he believed that there was not a quarterback.
Okay.
at this moment.
Did he do the thing where he goes as of 12:30? And I'm just saying that, to make sure we all know where we're at this moment in time.
Yes, he did exactly that.
Classic Sipple.
Let's just get the time right.
Just so everybody knows what we're talking about here.
Mhm.
Ohtani, Shohei Ohtani.
That's exactly what he
For
said.
historical
He said,
posterity,
just
though,
so
that's
everyone
nice.
knows what we're talking about.
funny.
Let's stop beating around the bush. It's Kyle McCord.
I love Sipple.
It's important for people to know 100 years from now when they're listening to that specific
is.
part of your show.
Or on a Happy New Year sometime in the distant future, because it won't be in the next couple weeks.
The distant future of 3 weeks from now.
Yeah.
Odson says he literally asked what time it was. Classic. I haven't listened to this yet. I can't wait to listen
It
to
was
it on
great.
my way home.
What time
I also asked him if he had heard of Dua Lipa before, and he said no.
I hadn't heard of her at one point in time recently, and this made some of our listeners mad.
Yeah, you got to know about Dua Lipa.
Yeah.
Who?
Dua Lipa.
Oh, man, John, not
He's a
you too.
Pop singer.
Why would John know any pop
Why
singers?
would I know any pop singers?
Why are you looking at me?
Well, John,
I wasn't
you-
expecting
I'm
you
just
to know
asking,
Dua Lipa.
why would I
He's
know?
asking
you
the
do
room.
find yourself in basketball arenas across the country that
Now, that's
play
a good
pop
point.
music.
I yes, but just because it's like the halftime show last Sunday, yes, I can see it. I know it's there, but I'm in a different world and I'm not really acknowledging it and I'm not absorbing it. Same thing with all of these piped in, pregame playlists. I hear these songs, I
It's like
recognize
Happer Night
them,
with commercials.
but I
Two hot
coffees.
Oh, Nick, play the drop again.
2 hot coffees.
Nice.
I also put in this one for me.
I'm sick in the head.
I'm sick in the head. Who is that?
Who was that?
It's from this.
Like Woody from Toy Story?
No, it's from this really dumb internet video called Vampire Flow 3.
So
Nick,
you're
why would
trying.
that be
You
a
can't
drop on
make
the
a
show?
drop happen like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Has to be organic.
I don't have to
Yeah.
be. I just wanted to share that I had it
That's
Why do you have it?
Yeah.
because I think I could use it at some point.
okay.
We have all of these other great drops.
Incredible drops.
Very
Classic
old dated drops.
Classic drops.
Yeah, but they've
I'm
been
sick in the head.
They've been so little utilized in the last few years
bring 'em back.
that by bringing them back, people will be like, "Oh man, that's fresh."
You know what drop I was thinking about the other day was
Hmm.
the guy who is talking to the coach, and he goes, "Continue the good sex in the Big East,"
Good
and then the
sex in the
coach
Big
goes, "Thank you, Jimmy." Think about that when we were like, "Hey, after hours with Jimmy Allen's coming up soon." Thank you, Jimmy.
What's wrong with me adding my own drops though?
It
We
doesn't
have
make
all these
sense in
old drops.
context.
It
It's
doesn't
hit
make
out-
sense
No,
in
not
context.
right now. I just wanted to share it.
But when you play it for the first time, nobody's going to know what it's from, just like you just did.
Right.
Uh-oh,
Yeah,
it's
it was-
turning into
point
one of
is
those
everyone knows.
crossovers
It would-
again.
yeah.
It would be better if
Let's just move on.
it would be better if it was like a similar line, but from a more
He deleted
no. I'm just explaining it, like from a more
He deleted it.
pop
It's gone.
culturally relevant.
deleted it
He
already?
literally deleted it
show.
already.
You know
Wow,
what I
look at what
mean?
you did to him, John.
No. I
He
wasn't.
deleted it.
He deleted it.
No, I was
He
just.
pulled a Neil.
No, I was just saying.
Look at him. He's deleting the whole thing.
Well, don't you don't
He
have to
just
delete
deleted
it.
it off the system.
2 hot coffees.
See, now, like, two
See, now that's
copies.
funny.
Well, but it's playing everywhere. That drop that you had is from a vlog that no one watches.
It's on the internet. It's an internet thing. A lot of people know of it. Not you people, but a lot of people.
Well,
People that are of the internet.
right, right.
People who are from the internet.
But I'm guessing there's probably another, line out there of, someone saying I'm sick in the head that comes from like a popular
Yeah,
show.
like Mike Gundy maybe said it
Yeah,
once.
Mm.
I'm
or
sick in
or
the head.
sports related.
Mm.
That's all.
Well, it's gone.
It's gone now. It doesn't matter.
Well, why did you want to add it in the first
Dead.
place?
Because I think I could have used it at some point, and then I was excited about
For
my new
yourself?
drops. Yeah, if we were ever talking about something, or one of you guys says something gross, or if you're excited for a sicko game,
Well, then all you have to do is hit.
Designated Hitler.
There you go.
Well,
no,
under.
because that's when the under overhits.
I mean, if you want to talk about someone sick in the head,
Adolf?
Pretty sick.
Dolph was pretty sick in the head.
Bad
yeah,
guy.
but I don't know if I want to send the message out that if you're looking forward to watching Patriots and Steelers,
that you're like Hitler.
Oh, like Hitler.
Oh, I see.
Also, the game ended up being a good game. It was a close game.
well,
There was points.
I
Went
only
down
saw-
to the wire.
I only saw the end of it.
Yeah.
I only saw the.
I didn't
end.
watch a single second of it.
We watched the newest episode of Fargo. And so when we were finished with that, it was like, oh, let's see what the score is. And I turned on the TV and it was 21-3.
That's what I said.
And
I
I
said,
said,
how do they have
"What?"
that many points?
I said, what's happening
Yeah.
here? And it's funny. We turned it on a minute or two after the most recent touchdown pass, which was awesome. And then we never saw the Patriots score again.
Perfect.
Yeah. Classic Patriots.
We love great football.
Yeah.
It makes me think of that one drop. Sick
Donnie
in the head.
Donnie writes in, it would be better if the hosts were the ones that controlled the drops. It's been my experience that when the producers are the ones throwing the drops in, they always get talked over when the hosts are the ones. They can control the tempo and use good timing on the drops. Just my opinion.
I've always been more willing to let the producer.
They both
occasionally.
the hosts and the
Occasionally, I'll just throw something in.
Tom Rizzo.
Tom Rizzo, classic.
Or
does he pick his butt?
Oh, does he?
now
pick
see
his
that
butt?
was a funny one because that happened in our studio.
Yeah.
with a bunch of Cub Scouts.
Yeah, I think the question was, what do you think about Bo Pelini? And the kid responded, does he pick his butt?
Does he pick his nose?
And then asked, does he pick his nose?
Yeah.
Why was that his response?
Because he was a third grader.
Because he's a third grader. Who,
Third graders do love talking about butts and stuff.
They
They
do.
do.
They
Yeah.
love it.
Yeah, exactly.
And then they get out of it, and then they get back into it
Yeah, we talk about butts.
all the time.
Wow.
Is there like something
happened?
important going on that?
Uh-oh.
Or is this one of those emails that just showed up in my inbox?
What happened?
Is there
because
buzz?
because it's been sitting there for a while.
You can feel the buzz.
I just got an email from, I'm guessing this is the Big Ten media list. The Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl extends formal invitation to Penn State.
What?
Okay. That
Yeah.
doesn't mean anything.
Are they not
didn't-
playing there?
Didn't they already know that they were going to the Peach Bowl?
Yeah, I don't know. This is having me ask a lot more questions that the email is already answering.
Right.
We got to do it old school. You know, some bowl games like to do it old school, and they throw out formal invites.
Weird. I had no idea.
Tell
They
everybody.
should do the little conference call, like when Tom Osborne and Bob Devaney were on the conference call with the Orange Bowl, and they announced that it's Oklahoma again, and you just see
Tom was triggered.
the blood drain out of Tom's face, and you see Bob Devaney's liver quiver.
Liver.
Well, it was probably
then you know
quivering
what?
anyway because he had been drinking.
You know what
A
the
lot.
Orange Bowl then said to Tom Osborne when he was all sad?
What?
Smile, Tom. Oh, never mind.
That was
That was a few years later.
That was an opportunity.
an opportunity.
It was a few years later.
Even I
can't.
knew.
I have a husband.
I don't know
That
what that's
was a
from, but
drop.
that was funny.
I don't either.
Text from the 402 said, Old Nick would have had a meltdown after what happened. Proud of him right now.
Good job, Nick.
Look at that.
Well, but maybe
We're
he's-
growing up.
Maybe he's internalizing it, and he'll go back into his cubby hole and beat his drums until his hands bleed off.
Nice.
Wow.
Nice.
What a reference, John.
Wow.
No,
That's
I'm
a
gonna
tease for
I'll
later in
listen
the
to my Chemical Romance and cry about it later.
Nice.
Do we want to talk? I mean, since we're in our feels a little bit about Nick, should we talk about the story that came out today about Gen Z? Have
Yeah.
you seen this? Have you heard
I know
about
they don't
this?
like sex anymore.
Well, there's that, but we've known that, right? Gen
Yes.
Z never has sex, except for Nick. Shout out Nick. But I saw this tweet from I think it might have been the writer of the story. This was from the Atlantic. Oh no, never mind. So Connor Friedsdorf.
Great.
Another Connor.
Great.
Connors are in the news all the time.
Yeah,
these
you
It's
got
been
a
a
lot of
weird
Connors.
year for Connor.
It has
Connor-
been a weird year for Connor.
Connor Friedsdorf wrote a story titled The Decline of Teen Hangouts. And in here, there's a screenshot.
Yeah.
I'll read from this. And then I want to read a tweet from Olga Kazan, who added some color to this. But it says,
Here for Olgas.
among Gen Xers, John's
That's us.
generation, 60% say they spent most or all of their teen years hanging out in person with friends. The figure for Gen Zers is 40%. Among Gen Xers, 76% say they had a boyfriend or girlfriend at some point as a teenager. The figure for Gen Zers is 56%.
Whoa.
To which Olga tweeted, I don't know. I feel like Gen Z life is just what it was like to be a millennial loser.
What?
Yeah.
What happened?
Nick, how do we feel about this?
I think that there are a lot of factors involved. People John's age, when they were teenagers, they didn't have, Xbox live parties or fun video games, except if they went to the arcade.
We had fun video
That's
games.
correct.
It was called WC Franks.
What's
Right,
that?
but you
And
didn't
the
have
hot dogs were $1.25, and we got cheese on them.
Ravi.
right, but you didn't have Call of Duty or Halo, John, which is like
Yeah,
co-op
but
and
we had
stuff like that.
Hubert and Donkey Kong.
And
Yeah,
also-
their video games were reality, Nick.
Things are expensive now.
You ever heard of riding a bike?
Yes, I do ride a bike.
As someone who was at one time a millennial loser, just for a couple of years in there, that seems like kind of my life for a little bit, hanging out with no one,
And
being
no sex.
being in Definitely that.
But
or
just
the lack thereof.
not hanging out in person with somebody doesn't mean you're not hanging out anymore.
But
Like,
that was
it's
what
just
the
evolved.
the
I know she
article
said in
said.
person.
Yeah, hanging out in person with friends.
See, there's
But I think it's still you're still getting similar social interactions with people hanging out even in like an Xbox party.
I disagree.
I
Even
mean,
as someone who has friends from
technically,
the
are
internet.
physically
are
doing
you
dumb things,
conversing and communicating with others? Yes, but the
interpersonal skills.
the in-person aspect is a very underrated part of the interaction. It's kind of similar to bring it to our level.
Okay.
When we're doing a show remotely, like if I'm on the road with Creighton and Josh is back in
It's a
studio,
little bit worse.
it's different.
Oh yeah.
No,
and
it
it's
is
not
different.
as good.
Yeah.
And I do understand the difference because I do have friends. I'm one of the 50-something%.
You're one of the 50% Gen Zers Gen Zers that has friends.
Because I have friends.
40%.
40%.
Wow, Nick is of the 40%.
I have friends both in here, and then I have in here being like Omaha, Lincoln, and then I have friends in other states.
Online friends.
So I've got a pretty decent balance, and I understand that there's differences in the chemistries, but it's still fulfilling in the same kind of way.
That's good.
Well, it's fulfilling, yeah.
John, do you have any friends on the internet?
No.
It's easier. You know, I say this, and it seems like it's probably an obvious thing, but if like John's generation had access to the same kinds of things that my generation
It'd be the
had,
same
it
thing.
would be the same exact
Of course
way.
it would.
Yeah, but that's what we're saying. It's different.
Yeah.
It is very different.
Mhm.
And the olden times were better.
Going outside, playing with friends.
Yes.
I'm also in the 40% because I had 3 girlfriends in high school.
Hell yeah,
Not
Nick.
at the same time.
I did date someone as a teenager.
Nice.
A few.
Oh, congrats on the dating.
2 or 3 people.
Did you hang out with friends?
Yeah. There's just like a year in my life where I just kind of wasn't because I was hanging out with my girlfriend. So I just I was kind of one of those guys, sadly.
So you were like almost a Gen Z.
Yeah, I feel bad in hindsight where it's like I'm gonna hang out with my girlfriend. It's like, but what about us? I'm like, sorry, I have a girlfriend.
You got to
now.
pick.
That's all.
Yeah.
That's all part of it. You know, we all have that experience.
And then they would
before
say
we
a
figure out how to
phrase that is
balance.
problematic that we don't say anymore. It rhymes. First word is bros.
You cannot say that.
Yeah, we're not going to say that on the radio.
No.
Don't
Yeah.
say that.
Yeah. Steven writes, Nick, your
Michael
hand
Scott
doesn't
once
count.
said it.
He did.
We can't say that anymore?
I don't know. I mean, do you say it? Do you say that to people?
Well, sure, all the time when I'm out in the garden. I say, honey, bring me my hoe.
Bros before that.
We also
That's
have that
for sure.
return where John is talking about Princess Leia. Should we get rid of that return?
Oh, we do have that. Yeah, that's right. That's a funny drop.
What?
You say something about Leia and what she is.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
I
what
don't
the number
remember
of the
where that. I
return
don't
is.
remember how that.
Did you call her something?
Oh, he called her something.
Uh-huh.
right.
Oh my.
Yeah, I think it says-
Sometimes it accidentally will play it for a guest, and it's like, well, this is really weird.
Yeah.
Hopefully they're not triggered.
They don't
by
really
it.
get it.
I know some
Yeah.
guests are kind of at our level of humor, so I keep them in sometimes, but
Nice.
other times I forget. Like Mitch, before we have Mitch, I don't care about taking those out because Mitch says things like rectal buzz and
Hello.
gargling the nectar.
Oh, whoa. Chance writes, Gen Z gets boned in other ways, like never being able to afford a home.
That's true.
There you
That's
go.
true.
Well, there's no homes to afford right now because they're all sold.
I heard
Not
a
enough of them.
story about how much cars are right now.
Oh, cars.
Uh-huh.
Wow.
Cars are rough.
Yeah.
That's why I don't have one yet.
Thanks a lot, Biden.
Damn it. But at least gas is cheap.
Hey, did you see how much gas is in Texas?
How much is gas in
It's like
Texas?
$1.
What?
$1.55.
What?
Yeah.
It's
Well, I
time
mean,
to move.
They're closer to the oil.
Gonna go look up radio jobs in Dallas.
My aunt was just here from Arizona, and they're still paying over $4
Ah!
a gallon for
Wow.
their gasoline.
Interesting. Wow.
Not good. Yeah, no house, no car,
A text
But-
from
and no social interaction.
and
with
no social
real-life
interaction.
people.
Yep.
Well, it's good because you don't have a car. So how are you going to have it
That's
anyway?
true.
Text from the 402 says John hasn't had online friends since Farmers Only went bellies up.
You don't have to be lonely.
Nope. Didn't need it.
Man,
I was already married, and now Farmers Only is
farmersonly.com.
gone, apparently.
Yeah, what happened to it?
I don't know.
Not
Either
enough.
that-
Not
either
enough
that-
farmers.
Either that or they're not advertising like they
They
used
just all
to.
went to Bumbles.
The bumbles.
They went to truth.com.
Honestly, probably an overlap.
Venn diagram is
Yeah.
a circle. Johnny Picks says sounds like Gen Z is out to kill them all.
They can't drive there. They don't
Yeah.
have any cars, and they don't have friends to go
we
with.
can't afford to get anything at the mall.
What
See-
does Gen Z have? They don't have
The
cars,
internet.
houses, friends.
The internet.
They
the
just
internet.
have the internet.
If
Well, we all
YouTube-
have that.
Yeah, and we
YouTube,
all have
video
that.
games. We work a bunch, so the cool thing is we don't really have time for anything else anyway.
Oh, that's great. So
Gen
at least you don't have
Z
to have
works?
hobbies.
Yes.
I didn't hear this stereotype about Gen Z. Gen Z works
Yeah.
all the time.
Well, they do. They work at decorating the tip jar, setting it out.
Wow.
Nice,
God.
John.
Look at my tip jar.
Wow. Team tip.
Where do you think the charged Panera lemonade came from? A disgruntled Gen Zer.
Oh, interesting.
Nick, if you want, you can put out a tip jar.
Oh, that'd be
That's
fun.
funny.
I guess
You
nothing's
should.
stopping me from putting out a
Good.
tip
That's
jar.
funny.
A good 2024 bit.
Yes.
Nick having a tip
Nick
jar.
has a tip jar.
I
Like a quarter
like
jar.
this.
Like Nick does
I mean, we
something
do have our
good and you
quarter
put out
jar.
a tip jar.
I like this. Lance writes, my son, who is 25, played Call of Duty with his friends. I equated it to when I was on the phone for hours with my friends. My daughter, who is 15 now, spends a lot of time playing games on her phone with nobody. The new generation of kids definitely has less social contact.
Oh yeah,
My little brother hangs out with his friends on Fortnite all the
it's
time.
not a place.
I am glad that my boys have.
It's a new place.
They're doing more things out. With
What do they
their
do? What do
friends.
your Gen Z kids do?
I mean, they do play a lot of video games.
Yep.
But they have been doing a lot more out socially.
Do they play baseball in the yard?
Have
No,
a catch.
nobody does that anymore.
What
Dad,
the
do you want to have
hell?
a catch?
Man,
That to me is one of the biggest differences. God,
baseball in the yard is over.
wiffle ball. It was wiffle ball, and
Yeah.
if we were in the yard, it was wiffle ball.
I had a
Street
tennis
hockey
ball.
is over too.
I had a tennis ball. Yeah, street hockey.
I
is
played
over.
street hockey
We
as a
never
kid in
did street
Michigan.
hockey.
Car.
Yeah, see, we played street football all the
Yeah,
time.
that's what we
Michigan
did.
seems like a street hockey kind of
Oh,
place.
yeah.
I
They
feel
love
like that's
hockey up
everywhere.
there.
lawn hockey in Michigan.
Chris writes, yeah, for only $100,000, you can now buy a new pickup. I can remember back in the 80s when a $100,000 car was a Porsche or a Ferrari. In 2023, that now buys a pickup. Pickups are
yeah, no.
100
Yeah.
Those big
grand.
tricked out
Some
trucks.
of them are.
And
Yeah.
all trucks are big trucks. I just want a small compact truck, like a 1997 Ford Ranger. Give me a truck that size.
Well, people don't want small trucks anymore.
A lot of people want small trucks. The companies just aren't making them.
Yeah,
Well, but the reason they're not making them is because not enough people want them.
I think they just don't make them because they won't make as much money.
no, it's
off of
because
them
it's because
as-
people don't want the tiny baby trucks.
I
mean,
think people
they're like,
would buy tiny baby trucks.
I
especially
got
if
on
they're
my
cheaper.
ruler and it said one number, so I need a
Everyone's
bigger
just
truck.
Why
okay
would
with
you-
going into. They're like, yeah.
I
I'll
think
buy
what
a
it is
$50,000
they know
car. I can pay it off.
I think what it is these companies know they couldn't make the same amount of money from a small truck that they would from a big one, so they just
Mm.
refuse to make the small one and they just keep making them bigger.
Mm.
They don't need to be that big.
Well, but what's the purpose of a small truck? As someone who once owned a small truck, it doesn't really haul a lot.
Yeah, but you can still haul with it.
Big truck
And
or
it's
nothing.
Compact, four-wheel. Well, a lot of them are two-wheel, but you could get one that's a four-wheel drive. Some people just want a truck.
John, how much?
By the way, we have $18 of quarters. in there.
$18.
That's a lot of Broncos. When are we going to do that?
It's not a lot of Broncos anymore because everything's expensive.
That
now.
could buy you.
Thanks, Biden.
That could buy one of these people a whole meal
Yeah,
at a place.
as we talked about McDonald's yesterday.
yes.
Well, maybe what we do is we just get $18 worth of the hamburgers.
Just
Do they have just the basic hamburgers?
And then maybe split a large fry together or something.
Yeah, Broncos is old school. I mean, they're just a couple bucks.
Yeah. Chuck writes, neighbor kids play all the time outside and in their backyard. Maybe
Good for
John
them.
just lives in the old section of Crime Town, or the kids are all inside scared. Hashtag Omaha fun.
I'm just telling. Well, I've been in my neighborhood for almost 20 years, and we've gone through many cycles of young people. And yeah, they're not playing like we used to.
Do
Yeah.
kids like trampolines anymore?
I love
What are
trampolines.
kids' takes on trampolines?
I think they've
I'm not sure.
canceled trampolines.
No,
Too many kids
trampolines
are
are still
breaking their-
around.
I think that's
heads.
what happened. Yeah. I never did one of the trampolines that had like the edge, the protector on.
Oh, the net
No,
on the
you
end.
needed the small anxiety of your leg maybe going between the springs.
That's how we rolled. I'm
Yeah.
millennial, baby.
or
We
my-
might die, but we're gonna have fun doing it.
Growing up, I had some friends who had a trampoline. We used to put water on it, and then we would just
course.
double bounce each other with the water on
yeah,
the trampoline.
naturally.
Classic. Yeah. Those are good times.
Maybe one time you like slept on the trampoline. You ever sleep on the trampoline?
I never
slept
did
on
the
a
whole
trampoline.
sleep.
Many
on a
people
trampoline.
slept on a trampoline.
It was always colder because they weren't very thick. So then the wind or whatever would go under it.
Yeah, you
too.
needed some blankets for sure.
Oh yeah.
A comment. And this is a nice callback to yesterday. Star Wars Fiend writes, that's 2 McChickens and a large Coke at McDonald's, guys. Get the app, LOL. Nick, why don't you download the McDonald's app for us and we'll see what we can get for $18.
I should do that.
Yeah, indeed.
$18 worth of quarters.
$18.
What do you think the Gen Z cash register person at McDonald's would say when you give them $18 worth of quarters?
What are these?
They'd be like, "What is this?"
They might get triggered.
Good point.
That's why we're going to make Nick go buy it.
They're going to be
He
like,
could
why do you
communicate
have
with him.
quarters? How old are you?
And then you would have to explain, well,
Yeah.
this was a quarter jar. Because
Nick, you could communicate
Well,
with the Gen Zs.
a lot of people
Translate for us,
Yes.
Nick.
a lot of people my age still have to use quarters for laundry.
Nah,
Really?
they use their
'Cause
credit cards.
At
Yeah, I
some
was gonna
places,
say.
they still do quarters.
Because when our washer broke a few weeks ago,
Your
that
washer?
was like the biggest culture shock. Was I just thought, oh, we'll just get a bunch of quarters. No, but what they do is, at least the place I went to, they make you use your card to buy a card.
A card. Oh, I
Yes.
hate that
Oh,
crap.
that's
The
annoying.
worst.
So
A
it's
card
like
for
the
your card.
Laundryland card.
Yo, dog, I heard you like
Stupid.
cards.
The one that I go to, it's just a direct card reader, but there are ones that do use in college.
Yeah, that's
Those
what they
all
were like in
quarters
college. You had to load it up on your card.
No, we didn't have a card in college. We
Oh,
had
really?
to bring in quarters.
Interesting. I think we had to load it up onto a card.
My apartment does a card, which I hate.
Mm.
Because you have to buy it on this really sketchy website, and then you have to go to a special machine in the
Ew.
building and then load that card.
We have a washer and dryer in our place. It's
That's
nice.
a lot better.
Oh, it's
That
so
costs
nice.
more, otherwise I would.
Yeah, it's very nice.
God, I would love that.
Mm.
I would
All right.
kill to not
You can
have
do
to use a
laundry whenever you
room.
want. It's amazing.
I would love to.
Yeah.
I would love to not have a shared laundry space.
Yeah, it's nice.
It's really great.
Start it and leave. See you
Yep.
later, laundry. I'll come back
Go
to
play
you.
video games.
Oh,
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah, I would.
Hang out with
There'd
friends.
be times I would stay up. I would be up late at night because I knew it wasn't going to be crowded.
And you wanted to push off as long as you possibly could, because you didn't want to go to the shared laundry space.
yeah,
I was just waited as long as I possibly could. Now I just do laundry freely. Just every 4 days if I have to. Sure, let's throw another load of laundry in. problem.
I'm happy for you. I'm glad you get to experience that.
It's really great.
Dare to dream, Nick. Maybe
One day you'll
someday.
have a washing
Sometimes I
machine.
feel so weird because it's like in college you used to take laundry home and wash at your parents' house. I
Oh.
still do it sometimes
Wow.
because I know I'm gonna go to mom's for a few days. It'll be free to do laundry
That's-
at her place.
It's not a bad idea, Nick.
no, it's not a bad idea at all. You might as well take advantage of it while you have the chance.
Sean writes, I snuck into my friend's yard one night and pooped on his trampoline.
It's not cool.
That's
Classic.
amazing.
Sure that
That's a
wasn't the
classic
dog?
listener of the Grub.
Did you
That's
wipe?
amazing.
Did you bring toilet paper with you? Or
Lots
you just
of good follow-ups here.
raw dogging.
Mm.
Because that's also disgusting.
Jacob.
Pooping on someone's trampoline.
Jacob Bigelow, friend of the station,
Mm-hmm.
writes, my grandma's bit when I lived in my college apartment was saying she had a surprise for me, and it was just a roll of quarters to do laundry.
Ooh.
That's awesome.
What a great grandma.
That's a great grandma
That's a
move.
great grandma move.
I always love when grandparents give money. It's like, thank you, grandma and
My
grandpa.
great grandma would send me a stick of gum in the mail via a card. And
One
it was always,
stick.
It was rock hard. And I got it would just
Now
break.
that's a funny drop, Nick.
it
Yeah.
would just break immediately.
Awesome.
Juicy fruit, man. Or Big Red or one of the two, whatever
Oh.
it was.
You ever do the thing with Big Red? Maybe this is a millennial thing. So you have the gum and then you lick the wrapper and stick it to your forehead
No.
because then eventually it'd start burning your forehead.
What?
I've done that a couple times. There was
Yeah.
a few times
And
where
it would
just-
leave a red mark.
Yeah,
on
What
it.
is
it's a red
that?
mark.
Looked like Peyton Manning.
Millennials did this?
My millennial generation did.
My generation did it. So the
Apparently,
upper
millennials,
Zs
Gen
did it.
Z, a little handshake me.
Very
crossover.
weird.
Jeez.
Very weird.
Did you guys ever snort Smarties?
No.
Yeah, that was my Gen Z thing.
I
We
never have snorted
Smarties.
anything.
I mean, I didn't, but
Good
a lot
job,
of my
Josh.
friends did.
Yeah. I never got into snorting stuff.
Snorting sugar seems dumb.
Yeah, I didn't. Everyone's like, ow, it hurts. I'm like, okay, well, I'm
Yeah,
good then.
not a
Yeah,
good idea.
probably
There's no
because of
benefits.
sugar.
It's
There
not
is
like, you
no
know.
benefit.
Your nose is not made to snort stuff.
Yeah.
Pretty much how it goes.
Though some people do it.
Some people do.
Were you bored of just? I've noticed you've been holding the microphone the whole time, even though you don't have to.
No, I do have to, John, because look what happens when I don't.
It's low T, remember?
Oh, I forgot. It's a low T
Hello?
microphone.
I don't want to go down here. I could get a chair, I suppose.
We do have an
Yeah,
extra
but
chair
then-
over
but
there.
Again, we have the worst
And then I
talk
can't see
studio
you.
in
Yeah.
the building, yet we're the station that's on for 12 hours a day. Over here, it's okay
Yeah.
because we have room underneath the
I don't
table
have.
here,
I don't have a
but-
camera. I don't have a
but you
headset
can't-
jack.
But if you sat down there,
Nobody
you can't put your legs under the table because the table literally comes all the way out to the edge.
I'm very impressed so far with the things that our new boss has done. He's really helping us out with our graphic stuff. If he can get us a new studio.
Oh, he's thinking about it.
Kingmaker.
He's thinking, well, not the new studio part, but maybe helping this studio.
Oh, get better?
Yes.
Oh, I'm very intrigued
I
by
feel
that.
like ideas.
Do we want one of the round areas to sit? How do we feel about that?
Oh, I'd be fine with that.
You know, like you ever go to a fancy, I like those where we're all kind of sitting there and the producer's off in a different room.
Now that is the dream.
No, I like the idea, and I would prefer it. It's not an elevated table. Just give me a normal table.
Sit on the floor.
Not sit on the floor, but
No,
yeah.
Where your feet are always
like
on the
a
floor.
regular
But
office desk.
John wants
type.
to crisscross applesauce on the floor.
No,
during
I
the
don't.
show.
Not like the
I can't
Vers, where Vers would always
I
sit
can't
on
even
the
do
floor.
that anymore. If I do that, my leg falls asleep.
Oh, that's a good poll question. Can you still crisscross applesauce?
I cannot.
Oh,
I've
man.
tried somewhat recently.
I don't know.
Still can, but again, I can't stay that way, otherwise the leg will go to sleep.
This is
One of them. will
Yeah,
go
I don't
to
think I
sleep.
want a crisscross apple.
Yeah.
It does hurt a little bit.
Maybe I could though.
I'm going to stop. I'm done.
Well, not on your chair, on the floor.
Yeah. Well, Happer's trying.
Oh, all right.
did it.
Look
Wow.
at that.
Yeah, see,
Good
you
job,
do it.
Happer.
Pretty comfortable.
Though, see,
Nice.
and again, difference in the generations. We didn't call it. We didn't call it crisscross applesauce.
Yeah, we
What'd
didn't
you call
either.
it, John?
We also didn't.
It was called Indian style.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what we called it
also
too.
what we called it,
Yeah.
but they stopped at some point before I graduated, and I'm like, that's
Because it was
fair.
like
They phased it out.
American style.
I don't think so. I don't think that's any better.
That would have been funny if that was the middle. Actually, before they
That
went to
was
crisscross
the
applesauce, that was where they went first. By the way, Matthew writes, focus on the signal, not the studio.
Good point.
I
He
can
can
see
fix
this.
that part too, then Marcus again.
This is about us. It's not about you guys.
Yeah.
We're
This
never
is
going to
about
fix
us.
the signal.
Yeah.
Deal with it.
Yeah, the
but how
signal is
good
the
can the
si- I mean,
studio get? Exactly.
Until Nick stops chaining himself to the 1019 the keg tower,
Yep.
we're never
Him and
gonna
Mike
be able
Neville.
to get on there.
Him and Mike Neville.
I could see us wanting a new studio being a monkey paw where like, all right, you can have a new big studio, but it's the old podcast studio downstairs.
Actually don't hate that idea.
Put some
It's just,
walls
There's
up.
no windows.
it is a tiny.
It's kind of a dungeon.
Yeah, it's tiny though. It's tinier than this
Yeah.
room.
Is it smaller than this? I thought it was bigger.
I love the idea of that being a podcast studio. That'd be nice if we had that ability where we could do stuff down there.
Any ideas for new boss Mark?
Mark, get on in here. We
Any
got some more
ideas?
ideas for you.
More ideas.
All
All
right.
right.
Okay.
Wow.
Well, the reason why we went longer today was we were burning time to see if
Toronto Tani.
Toronto Tani
Did he
actually
sign?
happened, but not yet. Not yet.
They're not even like breaking in with coverage on MLB Network. They're just
Wow, they really do not like this
They've been-
Dodgers Nation
they've been
guy.
talking to Logan Ohtani for the last 6 hours.
Logan Ohtani.
Yeah, he played 51 games last year.
Who is he?
He played with the Angels, bad baseball team.
Hey, it's Harold Reynolds.
Yeah.
Yes, it's Harold Reynolds.
And Max.
Matt Vasgersian.
Max. I was going to say Max Verstappen. Nick has
Close.
invaded.
It's a different sport.
Vasgersian.
Matt Vasgersian.
Hmm.
Very good.
Crappy boo year.
Well, have
Yeah,
a great
it's crappy
weekend.
weird. Okay, bye guys. I'll
Bye,
see
Happer.
you tomorrow.
I will see you tomorrow too at
And I
the
will ha-
CU game.
I won't have to keep a football score away from
No.
you, which is great.
Unless I decide not to spoil the Army-Navy game.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna shield my eyes from that.
Which you can hear
You're going to
tomorrow
walk
on
by and say,
1180
hey,
The
John, it's
Oh.
scoreless. And I said, damn it, why did you tell me it's still in the third quarter?
Go Army.
Did you
Beat
hear the
Navy.
news? It's going to be on 1180 The Zone. So when you're driving home tomorrow, you can listen to an old-timey football game on the radio.
The irony being it's only not on 1620 The Zone because of John doing Creighton, but John loves the Army-Navy.
Anti-troops,
So
John.
John is killing the Army-Navy game.
Listen, this is like the fourth or fifth year in a row that Creighton has played exactly opposite the Army-Navy game. So I'm used to it.
killing ratings. That's what's going on.
Yeah.
All right.
Bye, Happer.
One Beer Friday. The Grum gets going next on 1620 The Zone.
Previously on the crossover.
I want to hear the thank you at the end of it, too.
No, thank you.
No, thank you.
When you order a Big Mac at McDonald's.
No, thank you.
Thank you, caller Connor.
Good job,
Mm.
Connor.
No, thank you.
Maybe it was Connor Stallion. No,
That could have been.
Mornings with Sharp and Hanley. The Connor Happer Show. Unsportsmanlike Conduct. 6A to 6P. 1620. The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Mostly cloudy Friday and mild with a high this afternoon of 56 degrees, but breezy with northwesterly winds possible up to 25 miles an hour. Tonight, mostly to partly cloudy skies, breezy late with a 20% chance of light rain showers, a low of 32 degrees, northwesterly gusts up to 20 miles an hour. Blustery Saturday and mostly cloudy, a high of 38 but feeling like the 20s throughout much of the day, a 20% chance of flurries, but most of us staying pretty dry and quiet. No chance of accumulation. Gusts possible up to 40 miles an hour. I'm meteorologist Caitlin Harvey with KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
That to-do list you have needs one more thing. Chill. It's an easy thing to do. Just crack open an ice-cold Coors Light and chill. Take the afternoon off and binge watch anything. Go to happy hour and stay for a couple hours. Who's counting anyways? Or hang out with just your dog because you've had enough human interaction this week. Whatever you do, do it with a Coors Light. Mountain cold refreshment made to chill. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Celebrate responsibly.
2 hot coffees.
Did you know that radon is the #1 cause of lung cancer for non-smokers and that our region has some of the highest levels in the country? Radon Defense Midwest can test and fix your home. Visit radonradio.com for an exclusive offer for 1620 The Zone listeners. That's radonradio.com.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to know?
Too hard. Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 15 minutes a day.
15 minutes isn't long.
Nope. And they're fun.
Fun isn't hard.
Right. Babbel's interactive lessons, podcasts, games, and more make it fun and engaging, so you don't realize you're learning a language, but you are. And Babbel's lessons are built around real life. You can choose from topics like travel, business, relationships, and more. You'll learn what matters most to you. Plus, Babbel's lessons are designed to get you speaking right away. In 3 weeks, you're able to start having conversations.
Just 3 weeks? Even better.
Since Babbel's lessons are designed by language experts and voiced by real native speakers, you'll get the accents just right and be able to carry on conversations with confidence.
Learning a language with Babbel doesn't take long.
And with Babbel, it isn't hard.
It's perfect.
And now, try Babbel free at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
This holiday season, give the gift of fun. Give the gift of education at Omaha Children's Museum. Black Friday through New Year's Eve, save $25 when you give the gift of membership at Omaha Children's Museum. Visit ocm.org for more information.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles, with an auto warranty about to expire, or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost, month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-736-2098 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-736-2098. That's 800-736-2098. What do you have to lose? Call 800-736-2098. Again, 800-736-2098.
Looking for a unique gift for your friends and family? Any size gift card will fit every homeowner or gardener on your list. We're your one-stop shop and homegrown headquarters. Rooted in quality, unmatched value. Lanahaw Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
Omaha Maverick Hockey hosts St. Cloud tonight at Baxter Arena. You can listen on News Talk 1290. Puck drop is at 7 p.m. It's UNO versus St. Cloud State on your home for Maverick Hockey, News Talk 1290 Coil.
Listen to the Woodhouse Auto Family Blue Jay shoot-around and overtime shows, the Creighton men's basketball pregame and postgame shows on 1620 The Zone. The Woodhouse Auto Family Blue Jay shoot-around and overtime shows are also presented by Union Bank and Trust. Hear the breakdown and coverage about your top-ranked Creighton men's basketball team before and after each game, exclusively on your home for the Creighton Blue Jays. 1620 The Zone, the 1620 The Zone mobile app, and 1620thezone.com.
This edition of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone is proudly presented by Union Bank and Trust. The program starts now.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Wow. Classic.
Yeah. Can't say I've ever done that.
No.
But hey, there's a lot of things I haven't done.
When in Rome.
Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Hey, what's going on, ladies and germs? It's good to have you with us today. You want to have a little fun?
What are you doing?
You want to go?
You making it the trippy one?
You want to go trippy? You
Oh,
go,
we're in the Matrix.
Want to go into the Stargate there?
Yeah, it seems like
backdrop. Matrix, Stargate, whatever you want.
Yeah, it's more digital than spacey to me.
It is, but I labeled it the Stargate background. It kind of looks like you're going through a Buck Rogers Stargate into another galaxy.
Buck Rogers.
That was a popular show
In
when
the
I was
50s.
a kid. No, but then they did a 70s remake. And it lasted like 2 years. But I loved it.
Did you also like Flash Gordon?
The movie. That might be a good movie club selection.
That song actually does kick ass.
I love that.
Queen did it, right?
Yeah.
Was that
Queen-
the Flash?
Yes, Queen did the whole
Yeah,
the
it
whole
was
soundtrack.
Of the universe.
I mean, the whole thing was just who's the lead guitarist for the Queen? I only know Fred. I only know Freddie. But anyway, it was just the whole soundtrack was wow, 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 just that Queen, guitar. Just wow, 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 wow.
Brian May.
Thank you. It's a pretty good movie.
No wonder you like your text sound. That sounds kind of similar.
Send that to me, please. We need to replace the current Grum text.
Yeah, that we want the our text.
I don't know where it is. It's just one of the settings in the phone.
So he's saying go find it and send it to him.
I don't want to bother to do all that.
You say that his
pain in the
generation is
ass.
lazy and now you won't do like 2 clicks of a button?
It's not 2 clicks.
It's for the show, too, John.
Yeah, it's for the
going to
show.
enhance
Why
the
don't you?
Grum.
Why don't you find it?
I don't know what it's called.
Yeah,
I
we
can't
have to
type.
Just find a new sound.
What am I going to type? Ba-da-bam into Google?
No, we want yours. We like your
specifically
text
want that
sound.
one.
You don't have to do it right now. You can wait until
Are
the
you going to
commercial.
play it into the microphone? That's not the same.
Yeah, don't do that, John. We want to find the actual sound. By the way, this is a reminder. You can hit us up on the 42 Degrees of Source hotline by your mom's house. See, we want to replace that with John's sound. You can call us 402-951-1620. Ring, 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 ring. Or you can text us at that phone number, 402-951-1620. Like this one.
Wait, that's the notification sound.
Like this one from Brian. Did the kid that spends all his time playing video games just complain about a place being a dungeon? I don't really know if that makes a whole lot of sense, Brian, but
Everywhere I've played video games had windows.
yeah, Nick plays video games at home in his apartment that has windows. You need windows for fire code safety reasons.
Yes.
Yeah.
But also I play Frolf, remember? I like to go outside.
And
You know what's funny? I can't find the damn thing where it says where. Yeah, where's it at?
I don't know.
Basic call. Oh, maybe it's this one. See, and it won't play.
Oh,
wow.
interesting.
Sad.
No, it's.
I mean, it is between the hours of 2 and 6. You can also, as John continues to look for it.
I took that part out. Why? Isn't it? That's the vibe. Jeez, this is weird.
You can hit us up on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC 1620.
You can.
Or
so why under sounds and on vibration, it has my ringtone.
Equitable Bank inbox. John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com.
There's my ringtone.
Yeah, that's not what we want. We don't want that.
It sounds like that does sound like something from an 80s movie.
Of course, it is from an 80s movie.
It's the Running Man.
The Running
Oh,
Man.
that's right.
Yeah, it's the Running Man.
It's the Running Man.
If we didn't know
bad
any better,
movie.
we would think John is doing a bit with just all the sounds
like
and
a
the
bit.
things. John is created in a lab to be from the 70s and 80s.
No, I'm not. But it's weird. So it's under the sounds and vibration tab. There's nothing on here that says, "Hey, here's your message sound."
Your text sound?
Yeah, there's nothing on here that shows where that is.
How about we get to the Grum Down?
Grum Down.
Brought to you by the
Do I
Rooferys
have
at
to?
John Higgins Weather Guard. I got it open.
Did you open my Grum Down?
I opened it because
Oh my God!
you're looking for stuff.
All right, go ahead.
Toronto Tawny. Really? Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see if that happens.
I think it's going to happen.
Well, a
I
follow-up.
think there's a better chance of that than there is of Kyle McCord signing with Nebraska. That's how confident I am in Toronto Tawny.
Oh, is that a John ball? I don't have that sounder yet.
John Balls?
No, John.
It was gonna be
John
bloopy
Balls
and then,
hang
a
really
dust
low.
noise.
Nick, you got to make this.
It's
That's
on my
great.
list.
A follow-up question apparently is this the biggest popcorn fart of a free agent signing?
I mean, think about it.
It's a popcorn fart.
Yeah, what is a popcorn
Well,
fart?
it's just a fart. That's just
Okay.
Because popcorn doesn't personally give me. The
I like
farts.
popcorn chicken.
yeah, but
Okay. All right.
Good talk.
of all the places he could have gone,
Of all the gin joints in all of the world.
he picks Toronto.
Yeah, well, many people say that's a cool city.
There's free
No,
healthcare.
and I have
in
nothing
Toronto.
against Toronto. I've never been there. I have nothing
heard it's
against
cold.
the Blue Jays, except they spell their name wrong because there's space in between.
Weed is legalized in Toronto.
But
Oh, nice.
as far as
baseball players like weed.
you got the best player
they?
in the game,
Oh yeah.
and he's not going to the rock star franchise.
Jed says another segment of John Does Technology. Yep, classic. As
Again,
always.
usually my grasp of technology is really good. It's just weird that under
Usually.
the system sound tab,
very good at
there is
technology.
nothing there that talks about what my message app is. It has no setting for that.
We're gonna have Aaron Schatz on pretty soon. We're gonna talk some NFL.
I like the
Will
NFL.
we talk about the Dolphins?
I hope we do.
Well, let's find out if we talk about the Dolphins. Why won't Jim sign his big deal?
Yeah, why
Big
won't?
Jim Harden. I can't
Big
believe we're doing a
Jim
Jim Harden segment, but I guess that's what we have to do.
Yeah.
Are you thrilled for this weekend? What? I don't know what that means, but I'm curious to find out.
Are you
Oh,
thrilled
I
for this
think you know.
weekend?
So you're not excited for Sunday night?
Of course I am. Kent's Movie Club, Whiplash.
It's going to be a hard movie to quote.
Whiplash.
Yeah, we can't quote a lot of the lines in this one.
Oh, you can quote a few.
Degenerates hate sex. Degenerates Gen Z.
Mhm.
Handshake meme.
See, even under the messages tab, there's not a selection on here for which sound. I don't even know where I picked that sound from.
I don't either. And finally, it is a One Beer Friday brought to you by the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild. Today,
I don't think you're meant to hear my sound unless someone texts me.
Stone Hollow Brewing from Beatrice. Thank you for your service.
Thank you for your service.
Can't wait to have some beer. We have lots of beer from Stone Hollow.
We do.
So we'll do that later on. And
We
I already
do.
told you all the ways to get in touch with the show.
Yep, you did.
There
There
you
it
go.
is. There's your Grum Down.
Put my name first on the marquee for today's show.
Josh, John, and Nick.
Yep. Yeah, it's nice. It's the same amount of syllables.
It doesn't really flow the same.
No, it
Yeah,
doesn't.
John. Okay.
Because Josh is kind of a hard stop word, right?
Yeah.
Wow, is
Like
it?
John flows into Josh. Josh is a hard stop, and then it's like, and Nick,
And Nick.
I'm here too.
What a show
Yes.
it's going to be today, folks.
What a show it is going to be.
It
And
almost
yes,
sounds like Blue from Blue's Clues.
I know, and it's funny. It won't tell me where the damn sound
You
is
just
at.
need someone to text you.
Man,
Is
it's
that all you
really
need?
nice.
Well, yeah, but then you can't.
I love
hold it up and control
iPhones.
it.
You know what is nice about iPhones besides everything? It would take me 2 seconds to find my text ring.
I wonder if I have that sound in my phone.
Maybe. Yeah, what kind of phone do you have?
A Samsung.
Nick?
Samsung.
Okay, so we'll find it.
Is yours a Galaxy? Or
It's
is
a
it
Samsung.
one of those
Doesn't it
weird
have all the
Samsungs
same
with-
sounds?
I don't remember
It
which
kind of
model it
depends. It
is.
varies.
Stupid phones.
It's weird. It just doesn't have it on here. I think it's hidden in it because it doesn't want to be recorded and it doesn't want to be acknowledged. It just wants to go off when it wants to go off.
Kind of like Shohei Ohtani.
Nice.
That's right.
Yep, indeed.
All right, the Grum on a One Beer Friday. Hope you are well. 1620 The Zone.
Now live on Twitch, YouTube, and 1620thezone.com.
Hey, Tapper for the FanDuel Sportsbook, and the playoff push is on in the NFL, and FanDuel has plenty of offers for you to get involved. Here's one. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line bet. $150 if your pick wins. So pick a favorite this weekend, or pick a dog if you like them on the money line too. You get $150 in bonus bets if it hits. That's not all on the FanDuel Sportsbook. There's also the wide range of betting options like spreads and player props and anytime touchdowns, scores, and futures bets, which is probably a good time to get those in right about now. Visit FanDuel.com/Happer and get involved in the NFL season with FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. 21 and over, present in Iowa. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is not withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Cracked, uneven concrete, Everlevel can fix it at a fraction of the cost compared to replacement. This is no Band-Aid. Their products are built to last. It gives your concrete the durable protection it needs, and there's still time. I chose Everlevel for my driveway, and I've got peace of mind with their long-term transferable warranty. Everlevel's products and customer service are top-notch, and that's why they've been voted Best of Omaha again this year. Say it with me. Everlevel, Everlevel, Everlevel.
Hi, this is Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. Great service never goes out of style. When the digital age dawned, many said computers would be able to handle many of the interactions that used to take a person. Boy, were they wrong. How many times have you called your bank and gotten a recording to press 1 or 2? Not at Equitable. Not only does Equitable answer your call in the first ring, it's answered by a human being. That's because Equitable Bank values its customers. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
At Dingman's, we are working for you before you even walk through our doors. Our level of commitment to industry involvement and continuing education is second to none. Through our ongoing involvement, we stay current with all the best repair procedures for the ever-changing vehicle, as well as insurance companies. Our repair facilities are set up with the latest repair technology. Work is to ensure that when you do need us, we are able to provide you with the safest, best repair possible. Because at Dingman's, we would rather be the best than apologize for anything less. Dingmans.com.
It may be cold outside, but the deals are getting hot inside 42 degrees with our winter sale. We're warming up this holiday season with smoking deals for you, like our premium Kratom starting at $9.99, CBD starting at $10.99, E-Juice starting at $14.99. You want a hot deal on Delta? We have them starting at $4.99. Check out 42degrees.com for the source of pipes, vaporizers, candles, and incense, and a knowledgeable, professional, and friendly staff. Buy your mom's house. Restrictions apply. Products may contain nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. And in the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. Timeshare is the only thing that you can buy that you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check to fill out any amount they want for annual maintenance and assessment fees. The crazy thing is, this never ends. Even when you die, your family's now going to be stuck with this burden. Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. 800-462-3333. That's 800-462-3333. 800-462-3333.
This holiday season, give the gift of education. Give the gift of play, only at Omaha Children's Museum. From Black Friday through New Year's Eve, save $25 when you give the gift of membership. Members receive free daily admission to the museum, family fun weekends, early admission to our new interactive exhibits, discounts in the gift shop, and so much more. This holiday season, give the gift of fun, give the gift of membership with the Omaha Children's Museum. Visit ocm.org for more information.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct of 1620 The Zone.
We found it.
Mike's offended that I'm using the term degenerates for gamblers. It's a term of endearment.
I don't think he's going to view it that way.
Well, I'm sorry. It's like, it's like when I call you jerky jerk face. It's a term of endearment.
But he did find our we finally found no thanks to John's
I
phone.
found it too, but the problem is the actual setting to set that particular alert still can't find it. Still don't know where it exists. It's weird.
Nick, you want to play it?
I don't have it.
No, you don't.
Oh, I meant off the website.
I haven't. Okay.
I don't know why. See, it sounds great. So that'll be our new text tone.
There it is.
Nick will get it into the system momentarily. Yeah.
And if you get any alerts on if Julian Fleming is going to sign with Nebraska, you can.
And Kyle McCord. Cal.
And that's the rumors right now, is that the former, or now soon to be, former Ohio State receiver might be coming to Nebraska too. So they could get a 2-for-1 out of this.
Yeah, both guys together.
Could get a 2-for-1.
Yeah, and Fleming, it's interesting because, you look at his numbers at Ohio State as I pull them up right now. It took actually a bit of a step back in 2023. He had 270 yards in the regular season this year on 26 catches from 533 and 34 catches the year before. 6 touchdowns in 2022, 0 touchdowns this year. But if you compare it to like a Trey Palmer at an LSU, honestly, very similar numbers this year to what Trey Palmer did at LSU last year. In fact, better.
Yeah.
I always think about players like this, like a Fleming, and by the way, shout out to Mike Schaefer, who had this story first, I believe.
Yes, he did.
That like he was on a roster that is absolutely loaded with wide receivers. And so it can be very tough to break through, just like Trey Palmer was. And so unlike the Palmer situation, if Nebraska is able to land Fleming, I am not going to, it took me a long time to warm up on the idea of Trey being really good at Nebraska. Now, part of that too is because the head coach was Scott Frost. But it took until about August of that year. I'm not going to say that Fleming would be a 1,000-yard guy, but certainly it would have to help that he'd be coming in and would already have a relationship, in theory, with the quarterback that Nebraska could land as well.
Potentially. Certainly that won't stop people from thinking positively, or those who are already inclined to think negatively of saying, well, it's going to blow up in our face, just like everything else blows up in our face. But listen, Nebraska needed a receiver anyway. They weren't going to get a receiver who had 1,000 yards at a Power 5 school. They weren't going to get that.
No, of course not.
Nebraska's shopping in a different area.
I'm stunned that they're shopping in an area that includes Kyle McCord at quarterback.
Shopping.
So when you, again, and not to denigrate the effort, because it's good. I like this, but I mean, if you look at the class of teams that are looking at him right now, Nebraska's in that ballpark. Now, a Cam Ward would surprise me a little more because there are some heavier hitters going after him.
That's fair.
There aren't as many heavy hitters. We went through the list. It's Kentucky, it's Louisville, it's Miami, it's who are one of the others? Pitt, NC State.
Yeah.
I mean, those are all pretty much programs that are hanging around 500-ish, kind of like where Nebraska is.
Yeah.
Sadly, Nebraska's been on the lower end of the 500-ish, but still.
I'm still surprised. But maybe that was just my prior of this situation. I thought that they were going to have to do some bargain shopping.
My hang-up wasn't as much the bargain part of it as it was, and I shouldn't say hang-up because I would understand it, that Matt Rule wouldn't necessarily go after a one and done. That he would look more towards a Levitt who has 4 years of eligibility left. And there's still a possibility he might.
My guess is that they want McCord type, and they want to bring in another guy too. That is my guess. They want to have a short-term and a long-term portal to go along with the room as it stands currently, or what it will stand at once the dust settles with these spots.
Well, it's we could find out something here relatively soon.
Yeah.
Two hot coffees. Or at least about visits.
We could find out about 2 hot coffees soon.
Jeff Sims never visited, right?
Don't believe so. That moved very fast.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah, very quickly.
Be curious to see if this will move in a similar way or if Kyle McCord will want to take visits. Well, coming up next, the NFL this weekend. Got some impact playoff games. And last night, shook up things in the AFC.
Yes, it did.
And at the top of the draft board.
Yes, it did.
We're going to talk about that with Aaron Schatz of FTN Fantasy and the man behind DVOA. We call him the Bill Conley of the NFL.
We had him on in August. He hired Bill. He found Bill. He's the godfather of Bill.
Look forward to this conversation, and we will do that next on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right. Get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Every Friday, we bring you discounts to some of your favorite businesses in the Metro. Now we bring you deals every weekend, too. Welcome to OmahaWeekendDeals.com. This weekend's deal is to the Corner Kick. Searching for a taste of Midwest Mex in Omaha? Fortunately, there's only one place to go, the Corner Kick. The Corner Kick Sports Bar, where tacos and tequila reign supreme. They've crafted a unique Midwest Mex scratch kitchen, seamlessly blending the heart of Mexican cuisine with the warmth of the Midwest. Head to OmahaWeekendDeals.com to get yours.
When it comes to protecting your home, Jay Stennett Contracting takes pride in ensuring every detail is handled. Roofing, siding, gutters. When it comes to the exterior of your home, Jay Stennett Contracting has you covered. This fall, consider gutter guards to block debris and prevent clogs and save you the hassle of regular maintenance. Schedule a consultation today and let Jay Stennett Contracting's expert team and durable gutter guards ensure your gutters are working properly in every season. Jay Stennett Contracting. We have you covered. JSCRestoration.com.
DJ's Dugout Sports Bar is proud to support Creighton Athletics, and DJ's is the official watch party sports bar of Creighton basketball. Nick Hanley here for my friends at DJ's. Watch Creighton basketball on DJ's huge TV walls at 7 metro locations. Plus, enjoy delicious food and a Blue Jay lemonade cocktail, of course. It's an Omaha tradition. Cheer for the Jays at DJ's. Voted Omaha's #1 sports bar, locally in Vietnam, veteran-owned. Dig in at the Dugout.
This year, be sure your giving includes the Heart Ministry Center. Located at 24th and Binney, Heart Ministry Center provides food, health care, and a way forward to people severely affected by poverty in Omaha. Your donation helps make all we do possible. Please visit us online at heartministrycenter.org. You can also take a tour or volunteer. You'll see just what it means to be part of the Heart. Heart Ministry Center, dignity for all.
Does eating at home have you singing the blues? Stop by Cobb's at the Shadow Lake Town Center, 180th and Center, or 72nd and Jones to grab a delicious pizza, burgers, fresh salad, and some tasty charred wings. They even offer keto crusts and an extensive variety of shareable appetizers. Dine in, carry out, or delivery. Cobb's, now with 3 convenient locations to serve you. Shadow Lake Town Center, 180th and Center, and 72nd and Jones. Click cobbspizza.com to see the menu, pizza, and so much more.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
welcome back to Unsportsmanlike Conduct. It's great to welcome back from FTN Fantasy. We had him on a few weeks ago to talk about the NFL. We're going to bring him back now with about a month to go or so in the regular season. Aaron Schatz, FTNFantasy.com. Aaron, appreciate the time. Thanks for coming back on the program.
Hey, thanks for having me on. Always good to talk about the league.
Well, the league was interesting last night because everyone thought the under was going to hit, and it didn't. Everyone thought the Steelers were going to win. They didn't. Can we now look at the Steelers' playoff hopes, given that they've lost to two of the worst teams in the league in back-to-back weeks, and maybe pronounce them DOA?
No, I mean, I don't think they're dead yet. They're probably down. I haven't run a new playoff odds simulation since last night, but they're probably down to 25% or so. But look, that's the thing about the NFL. There's no temples, right? There's no New Mexicos. You don't get to play an FCS team. Like all the teams, even the bad teams, can rise up and beat you. So like, don't be shocked if Pittsburgh like beats Baltimore, even though they lost to 2-10 teams. It's just the way the NFL works. So they're not out of it yet, but oh my God, are they hurt? There's no question. Losing that game hurt their chances big time.
Aaron, it's interesting that we bring you back on now because the last time we had you on, it was following the 49ers' destruction of the Dallas Cowboys on Sunday night, which led into that 3-game losing streak. And now after another destruction of an NFC East team, they find themselves back atop the DVOA rankings, and there are the Ravens behind them. And then there's this huge drop-off. When you look at your model over the years, have you seen something comparable to this where you have these two teams that see so far away above everybody else and then, 3, 4, 5 kind of bundled up together?
Yeah, I can't think of a year that was similar to this because the most similar year I can think of is 2007, but that was 3 teams that were like really far ahead of the rest of the league because of Dallas that year and then Indianapolis were really, really good. And then the Patriots were perfect, right? So the Patriots of that year are the highest regular season team I've ever tracked, but Dallas and Indianapolis were also really, really good. And then there was like a big gap between those top 3 teams and the rest of the league. But we have Baltimore higher than any other advanced metric. I think pretty much all the advanced metrics now all agree San Francisco is ahead of the league and, with a good margin between them and the rest of the teams. We're the only ones who have Baltimore kind of close to them. And I understand the reason why. It's because the thing that Baltimore is most average at, and I'm not going to say bad, because it's not bad, it's still above average, but the thing they're most average at is passing, and that's the most consistent predictive part of football. So you would rather be good at passing than other things. But the fact is Baltimore has been so good at defense and running this year, and against good teams, like they walloped Detroit. Detroit is a top 10 team, and Baltimore destroyed them. We just have them way ahead of the rest of the AFC.
Are there other things, Aaron, that your DVOA sees in Baltimore? Because it's not only that they're pretty high on the list and they're fairly close to San Francisco, but when you look at the history of your numbers through 12 games, going back to 1981, they're in the top 12 as San Francisco is in the top 8.
Yeah, I think part of it is a change that I made to DVOA this year, where I downweighted the fourth quarter when one team has a big lead, right? I used to downweight those situations. Now I downweight them even more. And I think that the Ravens have had a lot of their quality in the first 3 quarters. And then they maybe give up a touchdown. Like I think Detroit scored a touchdown against them in the 4th quarter when Baltimore was already winning by 30. Compare that to Miami, where Miami, when they put the 70 up on Denver, had a couple of just gigantic plays and 3 touchdowns in the 4th quarter when the game was already decided. Right? So those plays get downweighted in my system a little bit because the game's already decided, and Baltimore doesn't have a lot of those plays.
Aaron, looking at this weekend, a couple of the biggest games, of course, involve the Eagles facing the Cowboys and the Bills facing the Chiefs. And looking at the top 10 right now, Those teams I find very interesting, right? Because you have Buffalo at 6-6, and yet they're sixth in the DVOA rankings. Of course, the Eagles, the best record in the NFL at 10-2, yet they are down at 8. They're such fascinating components, and obviously we saw them play a couple of weeks ago that we could have like the best regular season team, and I think a lot of people might say they could be one and done in the playoffs, and then a team missed the playoffs entirely, and at the end of the year, a lot of the advanced numbers are saying, yeah, but if they got in, they could have won it all.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the Eagles will be one and done. Maybe if they're the 1 seed, I guess. If they're the 2 or the 3 seed, I think the NFC's 6 and 7 seeds are going to be weak enough that the Eagles will beat them nicely. But yeah, there are some weird things this year. Buffalo is just cursed. I mean, but you got to understand that they built a lot of that value in the first 4 games of the year, weeks 2 through 4 in particular, and then all their defensive players got hurt. And their defense since week 5 has ranked 31st. So as good as Buffalo's been this season, their defense has really, I know people want to be like Josh Allen, throws interceptions at the worst times. Their offense has been not as good as it was early in the season, but their offense has still been one of the best in the league. It's their defense that's been terrible. And all the advanced metrics pretty much agree about Philadelphia. Like, for example, ESPN's FPI has Dallas, I believe, 2nd and Philadelphia 7th. Whereas we have Dallas 5th and Philadelphia 8th. But all the advanced metrics basically agree that Dallas should be favored over Philadelphia this weekend.
Do you see then a Dallas win this weekend? Given, I mean, it's not only the fact that Philadelphia's had some close calls and the numbers seem to say Dallas is a little better, but then that home field advantage. I mean, outside of last week's game against Seattle, which you could argue maybe was partially on a short week, they have dominated teams at home this year.
Well, I will say one of my general precepts is that every team basically has the same home field advantage over time. Like when you see a team have a particularly strong home field advantage in one year or another, it's just random variation. That being said, Dallas is better. Dallas is just better. And yeah, absolutely, I would favor Dallas at home. I do think the line is 3.5. I would put Philadelphia plus 3.5 because of that hook, because there's a really good chance this game's going to be close, like within a field goal either way. And 3.5 is a surprisingly large line for Dallas to be favored by. But if you ask me who I favor to win the game, and totally, yeah, Dallas is the better team this year.
Aaron, what do you like about the Eagles at this moment in time? And what do you think is the most concerning about them? Just kind of going back to what we've talked about over the last few minutes.
I mean, golly, the most concerning thing is pretty easy. It's the pass defense. Their pass rush is still good, but their secondary has not played up to what it did last year. In particular, they have had all kinds of problems at nickelback and covering slot receivers. Now, things are a little bit better since Kevin Byard came in, because they've been terrible against tight ends all year, and then Byard showed up, and then he kind of slowed down Travis Kelce. But like, what's weak about the Eagles is very, very obvious. What's good about the Eagles is their offense is still good. Their running game is good. Their passing game is top 10. Obviously, it's awesome that they basically only have to get 9 yards on every series because they're always going to convert 4th and 1. Oh, and by the way, they're also number 2 in the league on special teams.
Aaron Schatz, FTN Fantasy, joining us here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Last Sunday night, Green Bay got the win. They have been on a nice little run here as of late. They've beaten 2 playoff caliber teams in a row in Detroit and Kansas City. Are the numbers starting to catch up a little bit to what the eyes are telling us about Green Bay right now?
Yeah, certainly their odds are high. We have them making the playoffs now in 76% of our simulations after last week's games. And they've risen to 17th in DVOA, and they're better, a little bit better in weighted DVOA, which puts more weight on recent games. They're 14th when we put more weight on recent games. Their offense is up to 12th. I think Jordan Love really looks like he can be the guy. Obviously, look, he's not going to fall backwards and launch the ball 40 yards to Romeo Doubs every freaking game. That was a little ridiculous, but he does look like he could be the guy, and their defense has improved to be average, which, look, I said something earlier about, I think Philadelphia will probably beat whoever, if they're the 2 or 3, they'll beat whoever's the 6 or 7. Well, Green Bay is one of the teams that's going to be the 6 or 7 probably. And I do think that they're not as good as whoever's going to be the 2 and 3 in the NFC. And so, I think Green Bay can make the playoffs and then they'll be one and done. But it's still, when you have a young quarterback like Jordan Love, to make it that far is very promising for the future.
Aaron, it's so funny you say that because it led right into my next question. That was going to be, which of those teams in the NFC 6-7 range would you like the most to maybe pull off an upset versus some combo of Philadelphia, Dallas, San Francisco, or maybe even Detroit? Obviously, the Packers could be one of those nominations, the Rams one of those nominations, even the Vikings. Would any of those teams, would you like their chances in a matchup like that?
I mean, no, I wouldn't like their chances. But if you asked me who was most likely to pull an upset, I would say the Vikings, because the blitzing that they do, combined with Joshua Dobbs' style at quarterback, is very high variance. And when you are the worst team, you want the high variance, right? Because you want to come out and have the really good things happen for you. Whereas if you're the better team, you want low variance, because if variance is low, you're just better.
You did some numbers. You did some numbers crunching this week on the Jets, because they have one of the worst offenses, according to your metrics, DVOA, in the league, but they're a top 3 defense. And you went back, and all your numbers go back in complete detail to 1981 as far as these types of teams. Great defense, terrible offense. Are the Jets near or at the top of the list of that kind of group of teams? And have you noticed kind of a trend between those teams and just kind of the record that they end up having at the end of the season?
Yeah, the trend is that for the most part, these teams are terrible, because the fact is, as good as your defense can be, the range of offense in the NFL is larger than the range of defense. Almost always, the best offenses are more powerful than the best defenses, and the worst offenses are worse than the worst defenses. So if you're a team with a really bad offense and a pretty good defense, that defense is not going to outweigh the badness of your offense. And the most similar team to the Jets, I'm going to go way back now. The 1992 Seattle Seahawks are one of the 4 or 5 worst offenses we've ever tracked, and had a top, I think they were 4th on defense with Cortez Kennedy as an all-pro. Talk to any friend who's a Seattle fan. If they go back that far, they'll remember that team. Just horrible quarterback play from guys like Kelly Stouffer and Dan McGuire. And that is the similarity to this year's Jets. But I mean, that team was like 3-13 or something.
Are you telling us the DVOA would hate the Iowa Hawkeyes?
Oh, I don't do DVOA for college.
But I know, but I'm just saying, we have a good Iowa audience around here. And of course, that's been the storyline.
I mean, the thing is, their defense, I don't know if in college, I mean, their defense has been that good.
Yes.
Like, they're actually winning games with that thing. I mean, that's the funny thing about the Iowa Hawkeyes is it's like they're the exception. They're more like the 1991 Philadelphia Eagles, who have the best defense ever tracked by DVOA, but Randall Cunningham tore his ACL in week 1.
Right.
And so their offense was horrible and they missed the playoffs, but they went 10-6. Like, that's actually more like the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Not to go too nerdy on the old school stuff, Aaron, but why that defense over the Ravens one in 2000 that won the Super Bowl?
Because the 2000 Ravens, first of all, their defense was not as good during the regular season as people think it was because of their schedule. It's what really just got really, really good in the playoffs. And their offense was not as bad during the regular season as people think. That offense ranked 22nd that year.
Interesting.
Aaron Schatz joining us, FTN Fantasy. Going back to last night's game, not only did it hurt Pittsburgh's playoff hopes a little, but it may have done quite a fair share for the Chicago Bears, because Carolina, I believe, according to your numbers, prior to this week, had a 76% chance of getting that number 1 pick. And of course, the Bears own that pick because of the trade.
And that's higher now because of the Patriots.
Oh, yeah. I was going to ask, do we know yet how much higher it is and how much?
No, like I said, I haven't run a new simulation, but it's almost 100% at this point. The odds that Carolina would not only win 2 games the rest of the way, but that the Patriots or Arizona would not win any the rest of the way is pretty small. That number 1 pick belongs to the Bears. So now you have the very interesting question of, do they really have 3 options: trade a Fields and take a quarterback, or take Marvin Harrison number 1, or trade down and try to take Marvin Harrison 3rd or 4th and try to get more picks.
And of course, the news of the day is Marvin Harrison may stay for another year. I don't know how true that might be, but that could change.
I realize that the existence of NIL in college has changed the equation for staying in college. But come on, Marvin. Like, dude, you're going to be one of the top 10 receivers in the NFL the minute you show up. Don't go back to school. Come on.
Now, maybe because of last night and now realizing, oh my God, I may end up in Chicago where great quarterback play and receivers go to die. Maybe
I don't know how he feels, but he's an Ohio State guy. So he's played with Justin Fields before, and they're probably friends. I'll bet you Marvin Harrison would love to end up in Chicago.
Interesting.
Or Arizona with Kyler Murray. He just doesn't want to end up in New England, but he's not going to. New England needs a quarterback.
Hey, Aaron, looking at the top 8 real quick, there's a lot of matchups that are about to happen between teams in the top 8 at this moment in time. And obviously, the Eagles are coming off this incredible stretch, but they're going to play number 5 Dallas. Dallas over the next few weeks will play teams number 8, 4, 6, and 7. The Niners and the Ravens are going to play on Christmas.
That's going to be so good.
So, like, what type of movement do you think that we can see in this top 8, top 10 over the next month? Like, given that we already have the sample size of, weeks 1 through 13 and still have 5 weeks to go in the regular season.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, Baltimore and San Francisco are so far ahead in my numbers at this point that it would be very difficult to see either of them dropping out of the top 2. They'd have to really crumble to drop out of the top 2 at this point. But you'll see a lot of movement from 3 to 8. And 3 to 9, because Philadelphia and Jacksonville are very close. So it's really a top 9. You'll see a lot of movement between 3 and 9. For people who don't have my numbers in front of them, that's Kansas City, Miami, Dallas, Buffalo, Detroit, Philadelphia, and Jacksonville.
Awesome.
I'm assuming when that Ravens 49ers matchup, you're going to probably crunch the numbers on best late season, regular season games from DVOA's perspective. This has to be near the top or maybe at the top of the list.
Yeah, probably at the top, because 2007, you had the Patriots and the Cowboys and the Patriots and the Colts, but those were both earlier in the season.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And that's the year that I compared this to, where you had the teams that were way ahead. The other is, I don't remember what week that in 1995, the 49ers played the Cowboys. But if you look at my list of top teams ever, both the 1995 Cowboys and the 1995 49ers are on there. So whatever week those teams played each other in 95 would be on the list.
Yeah, and I'd be surprised, too, if there's ever been like a Super Bowl rematch that's been played. I mean, that'll be, week 16 of the season. I can't imagine that we've ever seen something like that before. If it would have happened in February.
They played that late in the season and then met again in the Super Bowl. I honestly don't know for sure. I know that the Rams played the Titans in 99, but I don't remember.
But that was like week 6 or 7.
That was earlier on, I think.
Yeah.
And of course, the Giants and Patriots played.
Giants and Patriots in week 17. That was the closest.
But the Giants obviously weren't as high DVOA wise as.
No, they're one of the great exception teams of all time.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Hey, if you want to check out any of these numbers, follow Aaron on Twitter, and also make sure that you go to ftnfantasy.com, and there's a lot of great stuff that is there. There's stuff on the free side, but also there's benefits to being a member as well, because there's a lot of stuff you can do, especially if you play fantasy football. So check it out, ftnfantasy.com. Aaron Schatz. Aaron, always a great conversation. Thanks a lot for joining us, and have an enjoyable weekend.
Thank you very much. Talk to you guys again, I'm sure, come playoff time.
We will. Aaron Schatz of FTN Fantasy joining us here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. It's a One Beer Friday, and we still have Kent's Movie Club coming up. So stand by. More to come. 1620 The Zone.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley.
What in the hell is the smell outside?
Yes.
So if you are just going outside
it's money.
this morning.
You know what that is? It's money.
No.
That's manure.
No. Hey,
you're in
a gots-to-go situation, manure, because it's awful outside.
It is bad.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley. Weekdays 6 to 10 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Mostly cloudy Friday and mild with a high this afternoon of 56 degrees, but breezy with northwesterly winds possible up to 25 miles an hour. Tonight, mostly to partly cloudy skies, breezy late with a 20% chance of light rain showers, a low of 32 degrees, northwesterly gusts up to 20 miles an hour. Blustery Saturday and mostly cloudy, a high of 38 but feeling like the 20s throughout much of the day, a 20% chance of flurries, but most of us staying pretty dry and quiet, no chance of accumulation. Gusts possible up to 40 miles an hour. I'm meteorologist Caitlin Harvey with KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
Planning something fun for your office, family, or friends? Joe's Karting is for you. Take a break. Come to Joe's to race, relax, and recharge. Great for team building. Ditch the speaker and burn some rubber. Trust us, Joe says you'll leave motivated. Joe's Karting race packages range from providing simple stress relief races to the real deal race experience. Check us out at joeskarting.com. Remember, go to Joe's, your place to race.
Need a feast to feed the family? Godfather's Pizza has you covered. Build your own feast. Choose a medium specialty pizza, a medium one-topping pizza, and a side, like my new bacon ranch cheese sticks. Freshly baked, loaded with mozzarella cheese, tangy ranch, and topped with an abundance of bacon. Do yourself a favor and build your feast today. Godfather's Pizza. Do it.
The holidays are here. This holiday season, we encourage you to come support our local stores in Omaha. And Westwood Plaza has everything you need to find that perfect gift. Boots for Less inside Westwood Plaza has been Omaha's home for work boots and Western boots for men, women, and children for 30 years. We're proud to offer a discount to our military and union members. Stay tuned for our new online store. Come grab some great holiday gifts at Boots for Less, 122nd and Center inside Westwood Plaza. If that holiday cheer has you feeling blah, stop by Rexius Nutrition in Westwood Plaza, where their goal is to help you lead a healthy lifestyle and in turn, help you look, feel, and live the way you envision. At Rexius Nutrition, we strive to give each and every customer personalized care and service so you can reach your maximal potential. We love nutrition and know it can change a person's life. Come see us at Rexius Nutrition, 121st and Center inside Westwood Plaza. Everything you need to shop locally for the holidays is at Westwood Plaza in Omaha.
It may be cold outside, but the deals are getting hot inside 42 degrees with our winter sale. We're warming up this holiday season with smoking deals for you, like our premium Kratom starting at $9.99, CBD starting at $10.99, E-Juice starting at $14.99. You want a hot deal on Delta? We have them starting at $4.99. Check out 42degrees.com for the source of pipes, vaporizers, candles, and incense, and a knowledgeable, professional, and friendly staff. Buy your mom's house. Restrictions apply. Products may contain nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical.
Maverick fans, your Omaha Maverick hockey team has won 4 out of the last 5 games and take on nationally ranked St. Cloud State on December 8th and 9th at Baxter Arena. This is your last chance to see Maverick hockey before the first of the year. Let's pack the Baxter. Get your tickets now by calling the box office at 402-554-MAVS or by going to omahamavs.com/tix. Flex plans are also available. Call the box office at 402-554-MAVS.
Looking for a unique gift for your friends and family? Any size gift card will fit every homeowner or gardener on your list. We're your one-stop shop and homegrown headquarters. Rooted in quality, unmatched value. Lenaha Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
The Woodcliff Restaurant in Fremont is just a quick sleigh ride from Omaha at Woodcliff Lake. Get a head start on all your stocking stuffers with gift cards from the Woodcliff Restaurant. Winters at the Woodcliff Restaurant are warm and inviting, like a Santa's workshop, but more fun. Stop fighting traffic, parking, and one-way streets. Slow down and enjoy a fantastic dinner at the lake with family and friends this holiday season. The Woodcliff Restaurant is Santa approved. Check them out at thewoodcliffrestaurant.com or on Facebook for specials and events.
It started in Lincoln. Now it's in Omaha. It's Muchachos. At the heart of Muchachos is family. Muchachos uses new Mexican flavors with smoked barbecue passed down from generations. This flavor sensation is called New Mexican Barbecue Fusion. Come get your eat on and nosh on slow smoked pork brisket, chicken, queso, and mac. Try the fan favorite Hatch Mac Burrito with a craft beer or margarita. Muchachos is south of the Old Market at 1285 South 13th Street, or check them out at yomuchacho.com.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct with John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
And I'm going to hell for that.
The 1620, The Zone.
Sports Flash.
Oh!
In the name. I was gonna. You all panicked.
Text message flash.
I was trying to say Sports Flash in a moment, but when I said Sports Flash and paused, that's when you guys went,
because that's what happens when somebody says Sports Flash.
Yeah, we never say Sports Flash coming up in 10 minutes.
I guess I should have said, we'll have a Sports Flash in a moment, but first. Today is One Beer Friday.
Classic.
And you have a chance to win $25 in gift certificates.
$50 for the other thing. What you're saying is for One Beer Friday. It's $25. Sorry.
Stone Hollow is our beer this week from Beatrice.
Can't wait.
You can win $25 to Stone Hollow Brewing Company.
And hats.
And hats. All you have to do is send us a pic of what you're drinking this weekend. Please use the hashtag One Beer Friday.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
And Beatrice, by the way, it's not western Nebraska, so it's a nice short 90 minutes away.
I think most people know where Beatrice is. It's
Yeah.
south.
I have no idea where Beatrice is.
There you go. See, we're helping out the friends of the Grum.
It's straight south, 40 miles from Lincoln.
Okay.
I've been there many times.
So we
It's a
have
fine
that.
community.
That's awesome.
There's things south of Lincoln?
Yes, there's Crete, there's Hallam, there's
Manhattan,
Portland,
Kansas.
there's
I only know Nebraska is a straight line. Omaha,
there's
Lincoln, that
Wilbur.
Ridge, and then Colorado.
Yeah, indeed. So that's a great prize. Let us know what you're drinking. Dale just sent us a picture of his beer.
Do it for Dale.
Looks fun. El Scorcho says, using my Brickway gift card I won from you guys for One Beer Friday. Look at that. So a previous winner. This is like two ships passing in the night. It's like the green jacket.
Big fan. Big
How
big,
fun would that be?
big fan. Also, be listening. We've got other prizes
big
today
shoes.
as well. But now let's use the Sports Flash. That's not the Sports Flash. Time for an Unsportsmanlike Conduct Sports Flash update. Sports Flash from the Sports Flash Sports Desk.
What's going on, John?
According to MLB Network's John Morosi.
It's on the same thing. No.
Well, you hit the post, John. There is no post where you're going.
Sources tell him that Shohei Ohtani is en route to Toronto today. A representative of his agency would not comment when asked about Ohtani's travel plans. At this hour, Ohtani does not have a signed agreement with any MLB team.
So maybe he's just going there because he likes Toronto. That's where Drake's from. He wants to go sit on the Space Needle thing and recreate the album cover from that album.
Is he going to allow the Blue Jays doctors to do the medical exam? Or is he going to be so secretive he won't even allow that?
I don't know. Again, that's what Kawhi Leonard did when he went to...
Well, I don't care about him.
Well, I'm just saying there's been precedent for it.
That doesn't matter. You still have to go through the physical.
Yeah.
Maybe Toronto needs to know what it's buying. Need to know if he's intact.
Maybe that's the name of his dog, designated hitter. That's why he's
That
being so
was
secretive.
another rumor today. Now, this is not Sports Flash worthy, but that was another rumor that
Text Flash.
The reason why his representatives would not reveal the name of the dog was because the dog's name
was a clue.
Apparently was a clue into the destination that he was desiring.
Now,
which is ridiculous because I mean I don't know how long he's had the dog.
Toronto's a horrible name for a dog.
What was that?
Toronto is a horrible name for a dog.
I heard. So is his dog's name not Blue?
I have no idea.
Because I saw someone tweeting about that, but it could have just been a joke, and because they were referencing old school. All right, so we know he's going to Canada just for a vacay, though. A little vacation in December.
Scott Pilgrim cartoon just came out. Maybe he's a big Scott Pilgrim fan.
Maybe he's a big Scott Pilgrim fan.
Now, you as being an Ohtani fan,
John,
was issuing before your disappointment if he went back to the Angels.
Yeah, sure.
Is this worse?
No.
If it's not official, but if he ends up with the Blue Jays, is this worse than if he had just stayed in Anaheim?
No, because he'll be playing the Yankees and the Red Sox and the Orioles.
Well, everyone plays everyone now.
Yeah, but he'll get to play them a lot of times.
If he'd have stayed in Anaheim, he'd have played the defending world champion Rangers.
No one cares about the Rangers. Sorry.
And the Astros.
Don't care about the Astros either. But I care about
you want them to. The Yankees and the Red Sox?
John, I care about the brands. Those are brands. My brand.
My brand.
He could have done that by going to the Orioles.
I have a soft spot for Toronto.
Why is that?
I don't know. They won a couple World Series in the 90s.
Yeah.
And I like their weird dome stadium thing.
Plus, the city has a good film scene. We might see Shohei in a bunch of Canadian movies now.
Yeah, John, that's why I care about this.
Highly unlikely.
We might have to book Farron for next week. Look at me saying we might have to book the baseball guy. Well, Josh points out he will be playing games at normal times. Great point. No longer will he be playing 9:00 games when I'm sleepy. He'll be playing normal times, like 6 and 7 when I'm awake still.
That is true.
Great point. Thank you, Josh.
That is true.
Yeah.
He will be in the Eastern time zone.
Yeah.
Right? Toronto's Eastern time zone.
Yeah. Either that or Central. So either way.
No, because it's near Detroit.
Well, it's Eastern. Yeah.
Eastern.
Near Detroit, Buffalo.
Yeah.
Yeah. Big fan. Go Shohei. Man, I hope they're good.
Well,
ping. Oh, here we go. Say what you want to say. He's never made the playoffs.
He hasn't.
Yeah, well, before he went to the Rams, Matt Stafford had never won a playoff game, and you weren't ripping on him for that.
Well, but he'd been to the playoffs.
Yeah, maybe you just need better players around it. You can't do everything.
Come on, you're comparing Shohei Ohtani to the great Matt Stafford.
That's a great point. Stafford sucks compared to Ohtani.
Get out of here.
Stafford is a second-rate quarterback compared to Ohtani.
With a championship ring, Josh. Don't forget the championship ring.
Travis says, does he know how expensive housing is in Toronto? Terrible.
Well,
don't worry. He'll be making a couple bucks.
Yeah,
I think he'll be able to afford a home.
I think he's going to be fine. Though I did see something.
He'll probably text someone to see about booking, a showing somewhere.
So Spotrac, which kind of monitors like contracts,
housing,
sporting contracts.
Yeah,
tweeted this out earlier today. If Shohei Ohtani is joining the Blue Jays, it would benefit him to structure a contract that carries a hefty signing bonus or incentive-based bonuses.
Okay.
Because Canada's salary tax rate is over 53%. See, that's what you libs get for all the
but you get the health care,
so-called free stuff that you always want.
You don't have to pay to have a child.
53%.
You could go have a child and it wouldn't cost you
53%. That's more than half your salary.
You can take a ride in an ambulance and not have to put down half of a mortgage.
But
do you get real quick though?
In tax.
Do you get does the bonus rate though?
See, that was the point.
Tell me more.
The salary tax rate is over 53% in Canada. But bonus rates come in at near 15% if structured properly.
What? That's way better.
Also,
that's incentivizing you to do your job well. It's not like that in America.
Also, signing bonuses are taxed where an athlete lives.
I've gotten bonuses before. Those
so
things
if he
are
gets a signing
bonus,
the signing bonus is taxed wherever his primary address is. They stand outside of the jock tax.
And you said the signing bonus is taxed hard or it's not?
No, it says the signing bonuses are taxed where you live. So if you signed with the Blue Jays, your signing bonus would be taxed here in Nebraska.
Oh, okay. So whatever the tax is for signing bonuses aren't signing bonuses in Nebraska like bonuses in Nebraska?
I assume so. I don't know.
Rate?
Ask Matt Rule.
Great point. Nick,
Matt,
could you text Matt Rule for us? Thank you.
Well, speaking of that,
2 hot coffees.
What, texting or Matt Rule?
Well, either
or
one.
coffees.
Okay.
So, we now have more ways than ever to engage in the grum.
Yes.
So we're going to use our brand new USC text message alert.
God, it sounds so good. It's so
It
clean.
does. That's crisp.
Yeah.
Thank you, Greg.
Yeah.
And for the first time we play it,
okay,
which would be the next time we play it, the caller 7.
In honor of the number of wins the Steelers still have after last night.
Correct.
They're 7-6 now.
Caller 7
Okay.
will get 2 $25 gift vouchers. That's $50 in gift vouchers to Le Voltaire.
Well, if you add that up, it's $50.
$50 in gift vouchers for Le Voltaire.
There's 2 of them, but they're $25
But then
each.
listen for the next time, because we're going to give the YouTube commenters a chance.
Oh.
And the text message machine people a chance.
Text message machine.
The first one, though, is for the callers.
And what do they
So
have
you
to
actually
listen
have to
for?
call. You have to actually dial the numbers and talk to
Oh,
Nick.
so sorry, Gen Z. This prize ain't for you.
But
'Cause they don't-
$50 in Le Voltaire gift certificates.
The next time you hear the
next
text,
time you hear the text message gizmo,
Yeah.
the gimmick,
okay,
Gizmo.
the 7th caller at 402-951-1620,
classic.
$50 in gift vouchers to Le Voltaire.
Awesome.
It's a good date night.
Bobby Big Wheel on Twitter says, Canada finally avenges the Gretzky trade. Congrats to Canada. They traded it the
Well, you know
way
what
the
the funny
great one
thing-
to Los Angeles.
Right, but
And he never won in Los Angeles, but he did in Canada. He never won the Stanley Cup in LA.
that's right. The King,
He only won them in Edmonton, right? He never won them anywhere else.
the Kings never won a Stanley.
No, I believe
Yeah, I think
not
you're
with
right.
him.
Not with him.
They
That's-
did win
yeah,
one.
Yeah, later.
yeah.
Okay.
I believe he won all
God.
4 of his Stanley Cups in a row, and that
In
was
Toronto.
It. Yeah, he
Yeah.
never won again, right?
Incredible.
Yeah, the best player in hockey history.
He is indeed.
Yeah.
All right. Kent Wogelmont's Movie Club coming up. But coming up next, speaking of big money and deals.
Yeah.
Jim Harbaugh hasn't signed his deal yet. What's up with that?
Interesting. Good question.
1620 The Zone. John and Josh here for the FanDuel Sportsbook. Those of us poors who can't afford, 53% in salary tax like Shohei can. Well, we can still have fun.
Yes.
On a budget.
Yes.
Because any winning $5 money line bet right now at the FanDuel Sportsbook for new customers can pay you $150 in bonus bets. So if you sign up today and you place that first $5 winning money line bet on an NFL game, you win, you get $150 in bonus bucks if your team wins. And a money line bet, for those of you who are not familiar with the gambling, it's just straight win bet.
Oh, man.
There's no spreads.
No.
Very simple. So for new customers, visit FanDuel.com/1620 and take advantage of some of the big favorites this weekend.
You'll notice that John and I never totally said to take Pittsburgh at home versus New England.
No.
Why? Because, well, it's the NFL and weird stuff happens. And
Yes.
they ended up losing. So congrats to those of you who actually were like, winning money line bet, I'm going to take the Pats. But if you want some big favorites, you want to feel comfortable this weekend, well, the 49ers are at home versus Seattle. Knicks Dolphins are also at home. Now, this is a Monday game, but against Tennessee, and they are the biggest favorites of the entire weekend at -800. Whatever you do as a new customer, just go to FanDuel.com/1620 today and be sure to take advantage of this awesome offer, $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 moneyline bet. 21 plus and present in Iowa. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame moneyline wager is required. $10 first deposit is required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
It's an NFL doubleheader on Sports USA. And first, we head to the Windy City as Goff, Gibbs, and the Detroit Lions roar into Chicago to face Justin Fields and the Bears. Then it's off to Kansas City as Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills come into Arrowhead to try to outduel the Chiefs with that dynamic duo of Kelsey and Mahomes. It's the Lions at the Bears, then the Bills at the Super Champion Chiefs. This Sunday on Sports USA.
If it's the NFL, it's on 1620 The Zone.
Many people go back to the dealership out of habit or because they think the dealer is the only one who knows how to fix their car. At Omaha Car Care, we offer a better option. We have ASE certified technicians, the technology to service any vehicle, and free loaner cars. The dealer will sell you a package of services. We'll provide the service you want for your car as your trusted partner. I'm Rick Betker, owner of Omaha Car Care, and we'll be along for the ride.
Shop Woodhouse Mazda during the Season of Inspiration event. No payments for 90 days on all new 2023 and 24 Mazdas when financed through Mazda Financial Services. It's the best time to get into a Mazda CUV like the 2024 Mazda CX-5. Combined with a standard iActive all-wheel drive and available turbo engine, this CUV provides an elevated driving experience. The Mazda CX-5 also has 8 trims to choose from. Choose one that suits your lifestyle. Visit Woodhouse Mazda today. A drive worth experiencing.
As we end 2023 and look forward to 2024, locally owned John Higgins Weather Guard would like to thank our friends for your continued support and patronage for 35 plus years. We wish you the happiest of holidays and a prosperous new year. And if you're even thinking about replacing your roof, we invite you to make the right call to John Higgins Weather Guard, the home of the rooferees.
John Higgins Weather Guard, the home of the rooferees. Make the right call.
Our Cox mobile plans are like a band. The more people you add, the better it sounds. So, add more lines to save more. Pay as low as $30 per line when you add 4 or more gig unlimited lines. It's easy. I like the sound of that. Visit cox.com/mobile. 4 lines required for $30 per line. Price max of 5 lines. Prices exclude taxes, device activation, and other fees and charges, which are subject to change. Cox postpaid internet required. Other restrictions apply.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to know?
Too hard.
Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 15 minutes a day.
15 minutes isn't long.
Nope. And they're fun.
Fun isn't hard.
Right. Babbel's interactive lessons, podcasts, games, and more make it fun and engaging, so you don't realize you're learning a language, but you are. And Babbel's lessons are built around real life. You can choose from topics like travel, business, relationships, and more. You'll learn what matters most to you. Plus, Babbel's lessons are designed to get you speaking right away. In 3 weeks, you're able to start having conversations.
Just 3 weeks? Even better.
Since Babbel's lessons are designed by language experts and voiced by real native speakers, you'll get the accents just right and be able to carry on conversations with confidence.
Learning a language with Babbel doesn't take long.
And with Babbel, it isn't hard.
It's perfect.
And now, try Babbel free at Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
Hi, this is Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. Great service never goes out of style. When the digital age dawned, many said computers would be able to handle many of the interactions that used to take a person. Boy, were they wrong. How many times have you called your bank and gotten a recording to press 1 or 2? Not at Equitable. Not only does Equitable answer your call on the first ring, it's answered by a human being. That's because Equitable Bank values its customers. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Oh, we got a text?
No.
Oh. I mean, we do have one.
1620.
Travis writes, let's get this text tone popping, folks. There you go.
Yeah.
And so it begins.
And so it begins.
Nice.
So we told you earlier this week, Jim Harbaugh apparently has an offer on the table.
Yes.
For an $11 million per year contract, which would basically equal Nick Saban. Or he'd still be $400,000
until Saban
behind.
wins the national championship and then gets another raise.
Probably.
Yeah.
So he'd be right up there as one of the highest paid coaches. But according to friend of the Grum, Richard Johnson of SI.com, the deal is contingent on him promising he will not entertain an NFL coaching job this offseason.
Just this offseason.
That was going to be my question. Is he just talking about, so if you promise not to be dallying around with NFL teams this offseason, we'll sign the deal. But that doesn't mean you can't start looking at it next offseason and off seasons to come.
Yeah, that seems kind of wild that they would allow it to, I mean, I guess you can't stop a guy from negotiating unless you put it in writing. Because then,
sure,
there'd be large penalties.
I mean, you could put it in writing for now, next year, the year after that, if you wanted. But it
just
sounds
doesn't seem like
Harbaugh. This year.
Doesn't seem like a Harbaugh move to do because, every time that he returns to Michigan, he's like, and this is my last move. I'm done entertaining it. And then literally on signing day the following year, he'll be back to entertaining NFL offers.
So why won't he sign?
Because he's entertaining NFL offers. Right? Isn't that the obvious answer here?
I guess
that he wants to go pro. I really think he does not want to coach at Michigan anymore. I think he wants to go into the NFL. It seems so obvious to me.
Right.
You know? But does the NFL want him? That's the question, I think, at this point in time, because for a variety of reasons, the NFL jobs that he has, kicked the tires on, or they've kicked the tires on him, have not worked out. I just referenced signing day. That's the Minnesota job 2 years ago, the 2022 signing day, following their breakthrough season. They make the playoff, they lose to Georgia, and on signing day, on the second signing day, he is interviewing for the Vikings job in February. That's crazy to think about. Well, for whatever reason, it ended up not working out.
Well, there wasn't the reports that there was somebody inside of Vikings brass, not the owner itself, but that was an anti-Harbaugh, and that kind of hamstrung the deal.
I believe so.
The Raiders certainly were talked about, but has Antonio Pierce improved enough or done enough to
keep him
to show Mark Davis that he should be given a shot?
Because that David Tepper, in Carolina right now, they could offer him a ton of money. They would say, look, we have a young quarterback. You could come and help our young quarterback. But man, that just seems like I would hate to. He doesn't like working for people like that. He didn't in San Francisco.
So it goes back to my prediction of Belichick gone, Harbaugh in New England.
Yeah, that's certainly one.
And people have talked forever that, because he played there and he's from the upper Midwest, that Chicago is a good destination.
But I think with Kevin Warren now in Chicago and him being someone who makes a ton of decisions, like, would that be a move that they would want to make there? And then
did Harbaugh have issues? I don't remember. Harbaugh didn't have issues with Warren, did he?
I don't know if he did publicly. Publicly, I don't believe so. But I think there's always been an assumption that because he wanted to play football in 2020, that Warren and him would have had issues behind the scenes.
But unless that was specifically mentioned behind the scenes, because Michigan was not as loud as Nebraska and Ohio State were.
No, see, but Greg and Lincoln says the same thing, and he's a Bears guy. Cannot see Jimmy at the Bears. Kevin Warren is the team president now, and they hate each other.
I guess I'm not as familiar with the Kevin Warren, Jim Harbaugh dynamic.
Yeah. And then the other job that I always think about is the Chargers. And see, like that one I think is perhaps the most, that'd be the job that I would want if I was Harbaugh, because you have a young quarterback. You have Justin Herbert, who, you and I, we have let our feelings know about him on the show many, many times, but he has a lot of tools. The guy turned Alex Smith into a good quarterback fairly quickly. Colin Kaepernick was only successful in the NFL for Jim Harbaugh. He's obviously a really good coach in that regard. That's where I would want to go. In New England, I guess theoretically you're getting to draft. We talked about with Aaron Schatz live an hour ago. You could get to draft a Caleb Williams or a Drake May. I would rather have Herbert though, just because he is a bit more of a known commodity, and that roster has enough talent on it. Negative is you'd have to go against Patrick Mahomes twice a year.
Well, I think you might be onto something. That, maybe he will sign it eventually, but only after he finds out just how serious some of these other NFL teams are with him.
Yeah.
Or if there's a job that he really likes, because that has to be it.
It has to be. And the good thing for him is his season still has, he hopes, a little over a month left. A month from today is the day of the national championship.
Correct.
The NFL season, the regular season, will have ended the previous day. So,
that'll be fun if this continues on and people openly wondering aloud, and then they find out he actually took a job, and then he's still coaching the national championship game.
So we're rooting for Michigan to beat Bama.
No,
call,
we're
John.
definitely not rooting for Michigan to beat Bama.
Welcome to the good side.
John voting blue again.
Go blue.
No.
Vote blue no matter who.
I could find a Michigan some sort of gear for you to wear. Maybe a Rose Bowl hat.
When have you visited a prison?
Bowl. Prison?
You said you have Michigan gear.
Michigan, John.
How many numbers does it have on it?
No numbers. I don't have the shirtless Harbaugh shirt anymore, though, sadly.
You say you don't have it a lot for somebody who doesn't have it.
You want to come look through?
You know why? Because it's hanging on his wall. Had it framed.
I wish I still had it, because I would bring it in and we could put it on the wall of random.
That would be good for the wall of random.
Sadly, we don't do that.
Well, coming up next, it's time for the movie club, and we're going to review Whiplash.
Nice.
From last night. Well, I watched it last night.
I also watched it last night.
I watched it last night.
I watched it Wednesday.
For me, it's reviewing a movie I saw last night.
I know Kent watched it yesterday, too, because he texted me about it. So, man, I wish I would have waited till yesterday. I was a Wednesday boy. I apologize to everybody.
That's all right. Well, we look forward to this conversation. We'll do it next on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620, The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, heads up, we're getting reports of delays on eastbound I-80 starting at about L Street going all the way to 84th. Be ready for delays through that area. If you're south on 680, slow going from Pacific to I-80. Delays on L Street for eastbound commuters between I-80 and about 108th. Also delays on L Street for both directions between 36th and 24th. And then it looks like you're going to see delays on Dodge for both directions in the intersection of 72nd. And if you're east on Dodge, between 50th and 42nd. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Fernando's Omaha.
Reason number 27 to pick up Fernando's gift cards.
Tacos never ask what you want for Christmas. Tacos just know.
Get your Fernando's gift card now. They're always the perfect size, and they make great stocking stuffers. Feliz Navidad from everyone at Fernando's.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Looking for a unique gift for your friends and family? Any size gift card will fit every homeowner or gardener on your list. We're your one-stop shop and homegrown headquarters. Rooted in quality, unmatched value. Lenaha Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
Brent Rasmussen of Mortgage Specialists.
When is the best time to buy a house? The answer is now. It's always now. With interest rates creeping up, the real estate market has slowed down, except for the people that were planning on upgrading their home because of life changes. But the one thing we want to let people know is, even if you buy a house now at the higher rate, we anticipate rates to fall. That means you can buy your house now and refinance down the road. Lots of folks think waiting this out is a good strategy. The trouble is values keep rising, so waiting doesn't really help. Plus, if rates come back down, the market will just get busy again, meaning you'll be competing against more buyers with multiple offers, and you might not get the house that you want. We're seeing the market starting to get back to normal, which is a good thing for buyers and sellers.
Click mtg-specialists.com. NMLS number 5918, Equal Housing Lender.
This holiday season, give the gift of education. Give the gift of play, only at Omaha Children's Museum. From Black Friday through New Year's Eve, save $25 when you give the gift of membership. Members receive free daily admission to the museum, family fun weekends, early admission to our new interactive exhibits, discounts in the gift shop, and so much more. This holiday season, give the gift of fun, give the gift of membership with the Omaha Children's Museum. Visit ocm.org for more information.
Hi, everybody. Kent Pavelka here with why I chose Everlevel Concrete Repair for my driveway. They do it all. They fix cracks, lift sunken slabs, protect the finished product from deterioration, and all at a fraction of the price of replacement. It's not a Band-Aid like other repair methods. Everlevel's products are designed to last, which is why they've been voted Best of Omaha again this year. Better yet, it all comes with a transferable warranty. Protect your concrete before winter. Call Everlevel today for your free inspection. Everlevel. They make your driveway Everlevel. Level up.
Duck Defense Midwest makes your home healthier and improves the life of your HVAC system. So improve the health of your home and everyone in it. Go to cleanairradio.com for a special duct cleaning offer for Zone listeners. That's cleanairradio.com.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620, The Zone.
Friday, the final day of the week. These are the voyages of the program Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Its ongoing mission to explore strange new movies, to seek out new bits and new edifications, to boldly go where no radio program has gone before.
Oh, Elkins Movie Club. It's Elkins Movie Club. Elkins Movie Club. It's Elkins.
169.
Nice.
Yeah, I didn't realize it either until I opened up the spreadsheet this morning.
Nice.
Yeah, movie number 169. Hey, Kent.
Hello.
We are talking Whiplash. Today.
Whiplash.
No. Well, I guess technically you could say it's a movie about a car accident.
There is a car accident.
Because there's
in
a
the
car
movie.
accident that's lied about and then a car accident that happens.
That's true.
Yep.
That's
in
true.
said movie.
Good call.
But no, this is from 10 years ago. Independent film.
Wow, 2014 was 10 years ago, huh?
Yeah.
Don't like that.
I don't either.
Don't like that.
It's like in my head, I'm like, oh, it only came out in 2014.
Yeah,
It's
just a
still
couple
new.
years ago.
It's not.
This was Nick's pick.
This was.
Nick of music.
Nick is a man of music.
And he had never seen it before.
I've wanted to watch this movie for apparently the last 10 years.
For the last 10 years. Nick, what's Whiplash about?
If Mr. Casey were a jazz band instructor.
Well, he does throw something at someone to motivate them.
He does.
But he doesn't throw it in their face with a helmet on.
That's true. That's true.
No, it's about this kid who is going to this very prestigious music school in New York.
Yep.
And
a Juilliard, if you will.
A type of Juilliard.
Yep.
And he really wants to be the best drummer in the world.
Mhm.
And he does this through finding his way into the best conductors class that he teaches, who's such a hard ass, like absolute perfectionist hard ass. He pushes him to get to the point where his fingers, he's got blisters on his fingers and his hands, just bleeding, trying to get good at drums to be exactly what this renowned instructor, composer guy wants him to be. And it's about the human spirit and how breakable and unbreakable it can be.
Wow.
And
that's Whiplash.
Spite.
It's that, and it's about the pursuit of excellence.
Yes, pursuit of greatness.
That too.
Yeah. So Kent, as we and again, this was initially a small independent film, and I think didn't it have its roots in a short film first?
Correct. Yep. Dominic Chazelle, who is the writer and director, made the short film, and somebody saw it and said, turn this into a full movie. Okay. And the interesting thing, okay, I went back and dug up my review of this. It was in my top 10 of the year for that year.
Yeah.
What he did in expanding that film was take some real life things into the movie. And specifically, I'll start with a personal anecdote.
Okay.
I once saw drummer Buddy Rich, who is named multiple times within the movie, was a horrible taskmaster. I once saw him at the Playmore Ballroom here in beautiful Lincoln, Nebraska, stop a show and chew out a trombone player in front of the whole audience.
Wow.
Humiliate him, just like the guy in the movie, just like J.K. Simmons' character in the movie does, except this was in public. And the kid looked like he wanted to cry, and then he started the song again and told the kid not to play.
Whew. Wow.
Whoa.
So he incorporated that Buddy Rich type personality into the instructor, or whatever you want to call him. That is one thing. The second thing that's really interesting is you make it about a drummer, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you can fake playing piano on screen, right? You can show the hands, and they can be somebody else's hands, right? You can fake playing guitar sometimes, right? You can teach people enough chords they can get away with it. And then if they're playing anything else, you can fake that. You cannot fake drums.
Mm-mm.
So he had to cast somebody that was a drummer. Miles Teller had played rock drums.
Mm.
So then he had to go and learn jazz drumming so he could get away with credibly playing this part.
Wow.
I love when actors are in movies that are have a lot of music,
Physical element,
and they learn how to play these instruments for these movies.
Yeah.
I would kind of Scott Pilgrim versus the World. Every single one of those actors took singing lessons and music lessons to learn how to play these instruments for this movie.
Mhm.
And I know Miles Teller didn't, but still.
Yeah. And he's very good. I mean,
so good.
I think he owns this part so incredibly well, Kent. One of the things that I think about every time I watch it is like exploring the idea of, is Andrew, the main character's name is Andrew, is he good at drumming? Does he chase this greatness in spite of or because of his instructor? Because it's so funny seeing the beginning, and he is like so wide-eyed and he's so bushy-tailed and he's just so excited about everything. And the first time he's talking to him, it seems like he's just really into it. And I don't know how deep into spoiler territory we want to go, but I mean, he is a broken
movie.
Yeah, he's a broken man near the end of the movie. He is a broken man 5-10 minutes before the movie ends, before he turns around and he goes back on stage. So I love that idea of, is he good because of or in spite of his instructor?
Obviously the role that got a lot of the attention and got the award was J.K. Simmons, who plays the instructor. Jazz musician / conductor / school instructor.
Fletcher.
And is just, he is a hard ass. He's got some endearing characteristics, which you see early on. And this is when you see the two sides of him when they first encounter each other. He's telling the story of Buddy Rich and motivation and all the other things. And then immediately upon the class starting, he gets on him right away, gets up in his face.
He uses the anecdote about his mom against him.
Yes, because he finds out, hey, my mom left us when, I was very young. And
he uses his dad's profession against him.
Exactly. And then uses physical violence, slaps him. Says, was I early or was I
rushing
late?
or was I dragging?
Literally watches him play until his hands are bloody nubs, and then keep going.
Yeah.
And the slapping was, I had forgotten that until I watched it, and it was like, man, you would never. Can you imagine if that would have happened today? If for real?
No way.
That guy'd be in jail.
Yeah, he would. And the thing about it is, and you get it, so a little past halfway through the film, he finally breaks down. They get into a physical confrontation on stage.
Mm-hmm.
He gets kicked there. The main character, Miles Teller's character, gets kicked out of school. A few months later, he sees that Simmons is playing at a nightclub, and they meet up again. And Simmons invites him to join his band because Simmons now has been expelled from school as well. He's been fired from his job. And it was the scene where they're about ready to start performing. And Miles Teller's looking around because J.K. Simmons says, okay, we're going to play this song.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not in his sheet music. He's intentionally playing a song that he did not prepare him for, because as he turns to him right as the getting ready to play, and he says, I knew it was you. Because Miles Teller's character is the one who testifies that, Simmons has been abusive as a teacher. And so this was his way of getting revenge. And that's how the final scene, which goes about 20 minutes or so,
how it starts,
which is really a great, the whole sequence is a really great scene. And I think how the movie ends is a great.
Yeah. So I wanted to talk about that. So the ending, and I wrote it down again this time because there's a point, the last time you see Miles Teller's character's dad, you see him and he's watching this performance, and the look on his face, like in the door, it's kind of, you just see his face, and he looks like, oh my gosh, and not in a positive way, not in a happy way. He is watching his son go into this dark, I think how he views it,
a dark place.
And meanwhile, then, it's one of the last few shots of the movie. The camera, you see J.K. Simmons like this, and so you can't see his mouth, but you can tell right at the very end he smiles, and then Miles Teller, and then it goes in, and it's just like, so you have his dad who like is, oh my gosh, what is happening to my son? And this teacher who's been horrible to him the whole time. Like that's his proudest moment as a teacher. And I think it's so perfect. I think it's a perfect ending to the movie.
Mm-hmm.
It's labeled as a psychological drama. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Cam.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say it's at least labeled as a psychological drama, which is an interesting way to characterize it, but it really is.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, it's a movie about music, but it's really about the mentor-mentee relationship, but it's an abusive mentor.
Mm-hmm.
You know, this is, you know, it's really no different than, you know, like if you watch the Junction Boys about, you know, Texas A&M and Bear Bryant in his early coaching days, basically sending his players through hell to teach them toughness. I mean, J.K. Simmons essentially gives the speech about how, you know, in order to achieve the greatness, you have to, I mean, you've just got to go beyond.
Yeah, he asked him the question, can you go too far? And he goes, no, you can't go too far.
And the best line, to one of the best lines in the movie, is when J.K. Simmons tells Miles Teller that the worst two words in the English language are good job. Because that's not good enough. And it's just, and it's really, I found myself really getting into it there towards the end, because it was like, man, this guy is a hard ass, and he's using psychological, you know, tricks to, you know, he's trying to run him off, knowing that that's the only way he's going to be great. He's either going to walk off and he's going to quit, or he's going to persevere and he's going to pound through. And that's what happened.
Mm-hmm.
The character that he actually reminded me of, I hadn't thought of the Junction Boys. That's a good analogy there. I don't care who your daddy is.
Right.
I don't care what kind of all conference. Now we're going to work. The one I thought of was R. Lee Ermey in Full Metal Jacket, the drill sergeant.
Yes.
And he also won an Academy Award for playing that same character.
Yeah.
And for those of you who, you know, you might recognize the name, J.K. Simmons, he's the We Are Farmers guy.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of funny when you watch him in this movie, and he is abusive. I mean, he will use very abusive language. And then
physical abuse.
And then you think about the guy who's, you know, you can get this discount at Farmers Insurance, you know, just but J.K. Simmons, you know, you've seen him in the Spider-Man movies. He's done a lot of different things. And is, you know, he really does a great job of just channeling this inner demon.
Well, I love the look. Bald head.
Yes.
Tight black shirt. He's obviously very fit. Yeah, like I love when the first time he walks into class, and he walks in, he takes off his hat, takes off his jacket, takes out his headphones, and they pan the class, and everyone is just scared so much of what's about to happen. Yeah, he obviously owns every room that he walks into, especially at that school.
Because of the abuse.
Yes.
I would say if I had one critique, I mean, it's on one side, it's a positive. I thought the movie paced very well.
I felt satisfied.
It goes by quickly, but if there is something, even though I like this story angle, especially how it ends, but how the relationship between Miles Teller and his girlfriend, he meets this girl very early in the film. And I mean, it's like overnight they're dating.
Yeah.
But the breakup scene where he meets her at the coffee shop and basically says, I'm eventually going to hate you because you're not going to allow me to become great.
Yeah.
As a drummer. I thought that scene was tremendous. Just the way he just let her down.
So did you need more before that? Did you need like a fight kind of between them?
No,
of like,
but
I never
just,
see you anymore.
Or like a carnival.
It just would have, I think it would have had a little more emotional punch
If we had seen them together
If
more.
we had seen them together and seen how happy they make, I mean, it's basically we see their very first date.
We see the first time at the movie theater, their very first date.
And then 15 minutes later,
they essentially have 3 scenes and then the phone call at the end. So they have 4 scenes.
Right.
4.
So maybe it might have had a little more emotional heft if there had been more of an establishment, or maybe if that scene takes place a little bit later in the film.
Mm-hmm.
But I loved the breakup scene because the way he did it.
Oh, he's so harsh because she keeps asking him, I think hoping that one of his answers eventually will be like, no, that's not what I mean. And he's like, yep. So you're going to hate me and you're going to resent me and I'm going to hold you back. And he's like, yeah, basically. It's like, and then he tries to get back with her later. It's like, what are you doing, man?
Yeah.
And I think in part that may have had to do with how he wanted to pace the movie, right? I mean, he didn't call this movie Whiplash for no reason, okay?
It's not just because it's the song they play.
But if you listen to the song, what it's known for in the jazz world is it's like constant motion and changes. Bang, 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 bang. Right? There's no real through melodic repeating line. It's change, 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 change. And it's and that I think is the inspiration for the way he set up the movie, right? Because it just goes and goes and everything changes quick, right? I mean, think about it takes him maybe 3 scenes to go from being introduced to the guy to being in the band.
Yep.
Right.
You know,
to being in the select band.
Yeah.
The other thing I really liked about this movie that I think is important to note is how it does such a good job of subverting expectations. Like at the end when he calls his ex-girlfriend and you're like, oh, yeah, would you like to come see me? And she's like, oh, I'll have to ask my boyfriend. I don't know if he likes jazz music.
Right.
And just all of these scenes, because it feels real, you know? Like I like when movies obviously don't go with the trope because that's what makes it feel more realistic and like they're real people.
So on that theme, we don't normally do this, but I'm just curious how everyone kind of exited the story, exited the film. If we were to, you know, draw out a deeper conclusion, what do you think eventually happens to Miles Teller's character?
Ooh, great question. My guess is it goes the same way as the other prodigy who J.K. Simmons earlier in the film talks about how one of his prodigies died in a car accident. Well, then we later find out he actually hung himself because he was so tormented by this teacher. Yeah.
That I feel, I don't know how you guys feel, but I feel that his fate would have been the same as the previous prodigy, that he would have eventually driven himself insane and done something bad to himself.
I'm definitely in the same boat. You know, I think that after that night, he probably is chasing that feeling again forever. And you're never going to have a performance that good where everything just hits at this perfect moment in time. And he's not going to have a good time, you know, because like the happiness is fleeting and he's going to wake up and suddenly that's just going to be in the rear.
Right. Because it's how Josh described Paul Reiser plays the father at that scene at the end where Paul Reiser's looking at him through the crack in the door. And it's that look of, what is he doing? Kind of triggered my mind and thought, I think his father sees him going to a dark place he doesn't want for his son.
Correct. So, yeah. What do you think, Nick?
I think the exact same way. I don't know if it would go as far as what happened to his previous student, just because we did see in the movie that he does know kind of when to stop himself. Like, you know, he took that sabbatical for a few months, and I know that was kind of forced, but he did know when to stop.
He did put the drum kit away.
Right.
So I think eventually he will spiral again, but I think it's always going to be a constant cycle of he pushes, he breaks, he spirals.
And then he chases again.
And then he keeps chasing it.
Kent?
Actually, what I thought might happen, he would be following in Fletcher's footsteps and become a teacher as abusive as the teacher that taught him.
So he'd be like Palpatine. He'd kill off his old,
Yep.
Nice.
Yep.
The rule of 2, John.
The rule of 2. It is. Like
someone
like
who is
Sith, there has to be a master and apprentice.
Someone who's abused becomes an abuser.
That's a good point, though, Ken.
Abuse, yeah.
That's a good point. He could end up being that person.
So, but
it go ahead, Kent.
Well, what I was going to say is that what we're talking about here is evidence of why this is such a good movie, right? Yeah. Because if you do not connect to a movie, you're not going to be sitting here afterwards talking about what happened to these characters. How would this have played out after the movie, right? When that happens, that's a great film.
Yeah.
Amazing.
And it is.
Yeah, it's super rewatchable too. I mean, it is because of the pacing that you mentioned earlier. So many memorable scenes. I mean, just so many memorable scenes. Like here's a random throwaway scene that we didn't talk about. The dinner scene when
with the cousins.
When he's talking about the football, like the football player, and he's like, "You're in D3, you're not even in D2." Like that is such a funny 5-minute scene because like that's the thing. Like we keep talking about J.K. Simmons, and he is a-hole. But it's not like the Miles Teller character is any better.
Oh, no.
He is a jerk in that scene for no reason. Now, I'm guessing there's a lot of baggage that comes with it. His dad's kind of a jerk in that scene, too, where it's like, man, you're not even defending your son as everyone's kind of attacking him, which helps explain the character very well, I think.
Well,
good movie.
It is, and it's on Netflix.
I added Caravan to my main playlist,
and it's really and the music's wonderful.
It's so good.
Yeah. The song, the choices that they make of what music to use, like the last scene is great. Whiplash is great.
Kent, do you know who was like the musical consultant on this?
I actually believe the director went to music school.
Okay.
So I don't think it was so much somebody else coming in. I think it was him figuring out which pieces he wanted and then finding the recordings to use or the putting together a group to play them.
Yeah, I'm just looking down the list right here. Kent mentioned that year, 2014. He had it on his top 10, and there are a lot of people that had this movie in their top 10 that year, even though the movie itself did not win a Best Picture or was nominated. It was not nominated either, right?
Oh, but that was back when there were only 5 nominations.
Correct. Good point. But J.K. Simmons was the Best Supporting Actor.
So I added Caravan to my playlist. On the album, the Whiplash album, John Wasson is credited with arranging stuff, and he teaches at A&M.
Texas A&M?
Yep. University music theory and jazz ensemble.
Interesting. Okay. Well, it is. It's worth it. It really is.
It's on Netflix.
It's
such
on
a good
Netflix.
movie.
It's a very good movie.
Yeah.
Very good movie.
Yeah.
All right. Next week.
Your turn.
I saw this because it showed up on my Twitter for some reason, but we just passed in fact, this week is the 26th anniversary of its release.
That's when I was born.
And speaking of films with great supporting actors, this is my favorite featuring a supporting actor. It is Robin Williams, Matt Damon, Goodwill Hunting,
man,
which was released
in a while.
26 years ago.
I've never
this
seen
week.
this movie.
Wow.
It is on Max.
Okay.
That strikes me because I wouldn't have thought 26 years. I do have some other fine piece of information that I learned courtesy of our police reporter, Alex Vargas. I was talking about the show and what we do, and he's like, do you use the Just Watch app? And I'm like, what is that? Well, it's an app. You can dial it up, type in a movie, and it'll tell you where it's streaming or where you can rent it or buy it or whatever.
Oh.
And if it's one that's only for rent/purchase, you can put it in a queue, and when it becomes available for streaming, you'll get a notification telling you what streaming service it's on.
Oh,
That's pretty cool.
All right, we need to download
Just
that.
Watch.
Just
Perfect.
Watch. Well, next week we will just watch Goodwill Hunting.
Nice.
On Max. This is truly one of my favorites. Robin Williams.
I look forward to talking
the
about the
best.
behind the scenes stuff with this, because obviously this is Matt Damon and
Ben Affleck.
Ben Affleck's big break.
Oh yeah,
Yes,
they
it is.
won the. Speaking of Oscars,
Yeah.
they won their Oscar.
I love watching the speech just because they're so young and they're like, they start just like yelling random names of people that they're like thankful for. It's like, oh man, it's just so
There's
cool.
a lot of great monologues
See,
in this movie.
This is
No, I'm saying the speech in at the
at the
Academy
Oscars.
Awards. Like they just start
I see.
naming people.
Oh,
They're
I
like
see.
John Bishop and Nick Grimm. They just start naming people because
Yeah.
they don't want to forget anybody. It's like
Right.
it's really heartwarming because they're like in their 20s. You know,
Yeah.
it's super cool.
This is going to be an interesting movie. It's going to be another one of those where I've never seen it, but I've
Some
seen
references.
enough references
Yeah.
to
You
it.
like
to where it's gonna
apples?
be- yeah.
You know what it is? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this. This will be fun.
Yeah, this is good. Kent Wolgamont, Lincoln Journal-Star. Got any plans this weekend?
Uh-oh.
Watch
To cover the
some
team?
NFL on Sunday, and fly Eagles fly.
No, Kent, come on. Don't you dare, you monster. Definitely not.
You don't have to cover Nebraska ball?
Thank God.
Oh,
Now I kind of wish that you did, Kent, given what you just said about the Eagles game.
Oh, that was horrible on Sunday.
Yeah, John, it was
No, it
horrible.
wasn't. It was great. Are you kidding me?
I was sitting up there going, "What am I going to write?"
They did it again.
I
Just
mean,
a bunch of L's.
Yeah.
well, part of it is writing for the AP. One of the things they tell you is don't write anything about the first half.
Well, that's when the game was decided. Yeah.
Well, game's over at halftime.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm like, what am I going to go do?
Well, we'll see. We'll see if they can show off a little bit better on Sunday afternoon against Michigan State. Kent, have a great weekend. Enjoy it, and we'll talk to you next Friday.
See you next week.
There's Kent
Bye,
Wolgamont
Kent.
of the Lincoln Journal-Star. Goodwill Hunting on Max.
I haven't stopped thinking about Whiplash, honestly.
It's a great movie.
Top 5 movie of all time for me right now.
Yeah, it's up there for me. It's on my very, very short list of favorite movies ever.
Yeah, it is really good.
And now you guys will get the joys of rewatching it because I think it always hits hard. The end. I've rewatched the ending scene many times.
Yeah, the end is
so
is
good.
really
Blew
good.
my mind.
The end is really good.
Good stuff. You know what else is good, John?
One Beer Friday.
One Beer Friday.
And the next time you hear our new USC text sign, play it one more time.
The next time after that.
The next time after that,
Yeah.
we will take the first person to text us
Oh,
on 402-951-1620.
a word? Should we have a word that they have
We
to
should
text
have a
us?
safe word.
Phrase?
How about Whiplash?
Whiplash. One word, not two. This isn't like the Blue Space Jays.
Yes. If it's
One
2
word.
words, we won't accept it.
Correct. Whiplash. One word.
So when you hear our new USC text
The next time.
The next time.
signal,
Yeah.
be the first person to text us at 402-951-1620, and we will hook you up with $50 in gift vouchers to Le Voltaire.
Awesome.
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 And we'll have a chance for the YouTube commenters a little bit later on.
Okay.
You can discover a world of sophistication and refinement when you explore the premium SUV and sedan lineup at Woodhouse Cadillac. The 2024 all-electric Lyriq features hands-free Super Cruise as well as Cadillac Smart System driver assistance. Also, the Lyriq's got over 300 miles of range and a package that is distinctly Cadillac. Or check out the Escalade like the one we have up on our YouTube channel, YouTube TV. The 2023 Escalade has the comfort of the Air Ride adaptive suspension. It's got the convenience of full-color heads-up display and 38-inch curved OLED diagonal display. You can see the Lyriq, the Escalade, and all that Cadillac has to offer at Woodhouse's 112th and Dodge location. Visit woodhouse.com for current pricing offers, chat with their knowledgeable, friendly staff, or schedule a test drive at your convenience. You can even value your trade there as well. Woodhouse Cadillac, where every detail is meticulously crafted. Woodhouse Cadillac, 112th and Dodge in Omaha, and always online at woodhouse.com.
The Connor Happer Show.
Why do you want to shut up Greg Sankey?
Guy talks too much.
He's cool.
He compared the college football playoff to Sesame Street.
He's an elitist for his own conference, just like we are elitists for our own show, Josh.
Well,
we say this is the best show, and there is no other show that's better than this. And everybody, if you listen to other shows, you're like watching Sesame Street.
One of these things is not like the other.
Okay.
I also love cookies.
The Connor Happer Show. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Well, it's going to be relatively warm throughout your Friday evening, but that's quickly going to change to a winter-like feel throughout the weekend. Tomorrow morning, a temperature in the 30s, mostly cloudy skies with a chance of some flurries and a very strong northwest breeze tomorrow, hitting a high of around 39 degrees. I'm meteorologist Luke Vickery, KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, looks like there's no wrecks to avoid, which is good news for the drive home. A little bit of a delay on eastbound L Street starting at about 108th, going all the way to 90th. Also delays on L Street for both directions between 36th and 24th. Same goes on Dodge. We've got delays on Dodge at the 72nd intersection for both directions. And if you're east on Dodge between 50th and 40th, and then a slight delay on eastbound I-80 between 680 and 84th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Fernando's Omaha.
Reason number 6 to pick Fernando's for your party.
It's a universally known fact that tacos means it's a party. This is science, people.
Call Fernando's and schedule your holiday party today. Feliz Navidad from everyone at Fernando's.
Hi, this is Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. Great service never goes out of style. When the digital age dawned, many said computers would be able to handle many of the interactions that used to take a person. Boy, were they wrong. How many times have you called your bank and gotten a recording to press 1 or 2? Not at Equitable. Not only does Equitable answer your call in the first ring, it's answered by a human being. That's because Equitable Bank values its customers. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
Sports fans, Let It Fly Sports Bar is your elevated sports bar experience. Located in the Capital District in downtown Omaha. Experience Let It Fly's unique brand of hospitality with 2 floors, 2 bars, 2 expansive outdoor patios, and an in-house podcast studio with live broadcast of the Let It Fly show. Hosted by me, Michael Severe, and Josh Jones. Host your next college game day watch party, private event, weekend brunch getaway, or a date night right here at the Let It Fly Sports Bar. Try our delicious brunch menu and reserve your seat for the game.
Brent Rasmussen of Mortgage Specialists.
Here's a fact that doesn't seem to get mentioned enough. Owning a home actually helps you build personal wealth. Homeownership is a huge factor in building personal wealth. There are some naysayers who say it's too expensive, but rates will come down, and when they do, the competition is going to be fierce. One financial statistic shows that the net worth of those that own a home is 40 times greater than those that rent. So maybe take a few minutes to call me at Mortgage Specialists to go through the reasons why, even though the current market is different, why it's always a good time to buy a home to build your net worth. I'm Brent Rasmussen. Call me at Mortgage Specialists and we can show you all the details. Mortgage Specialists. Driven, trusted, reliable.
Click mtg-specialists.com. NMLS number 5918, Equal Housing Lender.
Doctors Bimbo and Vince Petro provide quality and caring dentistry for the entire family in a friendly, relaxed environment at the northwest corner of 144th and Dodge. New patients are always welcome. Look no further than Doctors Bimbo and Vince Petro, dentistry for the entire family.
Omaha Maverick Hockey hosts St. Cloud tonight at Baxter Arena. You can listen on News Talk 1290. Puck drop is at 7 p.m. It's UNO versus St. Cloud State on your home for Maverick Hockey, News Talk 1290 Coil.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
Make the right call, fans. The Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Rooferees. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
I like the dark meat more.
The 1620 The Zone.
One Beer Friday is coming up. Stone Hollow Brewing out of Beatrice is this week's beer. And they brought us 4 different kinds that we can try today. Also coming up in the happy hour, we will look at the potential 5 quarterbacks that Nebraska is most in on and rate which one we think would be the best fit.
The strengths and the weaknesses.
Strengths and weaknesses.
Really cool idea for which one of ever of you came up with that idea. Really cool idea.
Oh, thank you, Nick. By the way, we do have our winner. Nick's going to log into the text machine and get the information from this person. We have their phone number. Don't have their name. They never give us their name, though, on the text machine.
I'm going to have to get their info.
Yeah, we got to get your info.
But congratulations to the person who texted us Whiplash. A lot of texts just came in right at the same time. It was like,
well, now we can play it.
Now we can play it, yeah. And we'll do it one more time.
We'll do it one more time, and we'll give the YouTube commenters a chance to win. So if you haven't yet done so, subscribe to our YouTube TV channel, just 1620 The Zone TV on YouTube, and you can watch the Grum, and there's the comments. You can comment along with the show.
That's awesome.
It is. Also coming up next hour, we have another round of predictions.
How'd that go last week?
For you guys, not well.
Uh-oh.
But am I not last? I like the mustache.
You'll be finding out soon enough.
Okay.
Soon enough.
Okay.
Of course, we spent a lot of time on Monday talking about the college football playoff snub of Florida State.
Yes, we did.
And the conversation therein. And not everybody, but certainly when you are the place that most people go for college football news and information, ESPN, their voices seem to carry a little bit more weight. And one of the criticisms of the 4-letter network is the SEC bias claim.
Yeah. It was interesting coming out of it where I think away from ESPN, I didn't see anybody, well, outside of coworker Josh, salesperson Josh.
Yeah.
And I guess Severe. They were the only 2 people that I heard from in real life or saw anywhere else who thought,
defending the decision.
Yeah, I think
the committee.
There's always and you and I had this caveat too. I am more excited to watch the Rose Bowl.
Sure.
For what the matchup represents. But
it's still the wrong matchup.
And that's how so it's like, I'm excited for the game while also thinking that Florida State got screwed.
Yes.
Because of the situation. But other than that, everyone that I read or heard from this week, podcasts, listeners, didn't really see a whole lot of agreement in it, except for on ESPN.
Well, but and you had some of the heavier voices, including Herb Street. He was one of the first to pipe in and say that they got it right. And others were the same way. And it does make you wonder, because there's already this idea that ESPN and the SEC, who are now even more in bed with each other than they've ever been, because ESPN will be the primary home of the SEC as the CBS contract is ended. ESPN takes it over.
Yeah.
They'll have the 2:30 game. Basically, the best SEC game of the week will always be on an ESPN or ABC family of network channel.
Mm-hmm.
So that relationship's only gotten stronger. But then for them, to continue to feed the beast, if you will. And I'm not saying that Herb Street's not being genuine with his opinion, but the idea that this network has an SEC bias, and there were some people saying openly that, well, you just can't leave the SEC out of the playoff. Well, why not?
Yeah, that's what.
Of course you can.
I guess one more person who I read got it right was Sipple. He said, and he essentially said that I don't think you can leave the SEC out of the playoff. And it's like, okay, I mean,
why can't you?
Yeah.
Well, because they're the best. Well, are they? Are they the best, or do we just think they are the best? Certainly, Georgia was the best team in the country this year for a good chunk of the season.
See, and that's the part, right, that I know you and I came back to on Monday was you can't say that this is the 4 best teams and then rank Georgia
behind Florida State.
Correct. Because then you're just lying. You're lying, But they didn't have the gumption to not only keep Florida State out, but even move them further down.
Correct.
Because they didn't want to do that. They didn't want to deal with that type
of
blowback.
I mean, I think the criticism still would have been very high.
Oh, for sure.
But you would have been able to say, but the committee at least was consistent by saying they were better than Florida State.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure.
You could have had that leg to stand on, but now you don't even have that leg to stand on. And some will say that some people will say that, well, it's only the top 4 teams that matter. Well, if that's the case, then why do you rank all the other teams anyway? Your whole ranking has to matter. Even if it's just the top 4 you're taking, what you place at 5 and 6 and 7 and 8 and all the others, that should matter somewhat too, because you're using that to justify everything above it. And now you wonder in this new world, and sure, these conversations won't be exactly the same, but make no mistake about it, folks. When we get to the 12-team playoff era, the conversation is going to shift from the 4 teams that got in to now we're going to be playing a numbers game where every year it's going to be, well, does the SEC get 3 teams in or 4 teams in or 5 teams in? Or does the Big Ten get 2 teams in, 3 teams? You know what I'm saying? And that's going to be a major talking point. And you might say that doesn't matter as much to you, but when you're trying to compete for playoff spots, because now you have no more division titles you can point to. Programs like Nebraska and Iowa and Minnesota and Wisconsin who have been able to at least say, well, a division title, there's some kind of a benchmark. There's no more of those. It's just strictly about conference championships and playoff berths. That's what it's going to be about. And so, because that bar has been raised, people are going to start to look a little bit more carefully or closely at, well, did this team get into the playoff? Did you get into the playoff? It's going to be about playoff bids. And the conversation will now shift from, well, does the SEC deserve to be in the playoff? To now, does the SEC deserve 3 teams or 4 teams or 5 teams?
Well, and hey, the Big Ten, thankfully for Nebraska and other schools in this conference, they're going to be in the same boat.
Sure.
You know, it's going to be.
But if ESPN is controlling,
if they're controlling the narrative,
if there's this idea that ESPN is biased, and I mean, we talked about this, Josh, when the TV contracts were polished up, was we're now moving into a world where it's the SEC and their tag team partner ESPN versus the Big Ten and their tag team partner Fox.
Yeah,
it's now more divided than it's ever been.
Isn't it funny too? Because I don't think you're wrong, but ESPN also airs Big 12 games and ACC games. And it's so they should in theory be in bed with those leagues too.
Right. And that was some of the arguments being made this week was, well, I mean, ESPN owns a share of the ACC network. Why didn't they go more to bat for them? But we all know the SEC contract is more valuable and their audience is far greater than what the ACC can pull in.
You know what I'm surprised by? So Steve Sipple having that opinion, he can have it. That's fine. I'm surprised though that former players are siding with this decision more because of the idea of you got to prove it on the field. You know, Herb Street knows what it's like to, I know he never won a natty, but he knows what it's like to put forth that effort and all that is required and all that you have to give up and all that you have to sacrifice to win games and win championships. And so for him and others on the network to say what they did, I believe it was just Booger McFarland, right? Who was the lone voice who was there
may have been others, but he was definitely the strongest who was like, no, this is wrong.
Yeah.
This is wrong. But this is not going to silence the critics who say that ESPN has it out. And next year and years beyond that could be very interesting. You've got 2 networks fighting for airtime, fighting for eyeballs, fighting for audience. Their pregame shows going head to head. It makes you wonder, and people will be watching with an even more critical eye than before. Oh, what did they talk about on game day this week? Oh, they were hyping up the SEC, huh? Oh, what was Big Noon Saturday talking about? Oh, they were hyping up the Big Ten.
See,
huh?
And this is, not to go back to the debate of earlier in the week or even previous years, but this is the part that sucks about college sports. We don't have to worry in the NFL about CBS is hyping up the AFC again, or
right.
Fox is hyping up the NFC again. It's just no, you get to prove it on your field. And sadly, I mean, with the sport this large and this convoluted, you're going to have to do this. I don't think It's funny. I don't think that in the end, 12 versus 13 is going to be that large of a debate. But I guess we need to maybe, and I need to do a better job of thinking about it next year and beyond. It's not 12 versus 13. It's ACC number 2 or Big 12 number 2 versus Big 10 number 5 or SEC number 4. That's what the debate is really going to come down to. And it's kind of like when we talk about expanding the tournament in basketball. And you and I are always like, that's stupid. Don't expand just to get another 500 team from the ACC.
Right.
And like, what good is that going to do? Now that's a 68 team tournament, maybe expanding to 96. This is going to be a 12 team field, but those are the debates that we're going to start having. Again, it's less 12 versus 13 and more. 4th place in one conference, 2nd place in another conference.
Coming up, the next time you hear that, for YouTube commenters.
Wow.
The first YouTube commenter after we play that sound. And instead of putting in a word, you have to send us the answer to this math problem.
On YouTube?
On YouTube, on the YouTube comment.
Okay.
56 divided by 7.
56 divided by 7. Nick knows that answer right out the top of his head.
You have to know the answer to 56 divided by 7.
Oh, yeah, I think I do.
And the first person to correctly put in that answer in the YouTube comment section after we play.
The next time.
After we play the sounder.
They'll win. This is for the last one, Nick?
Yes.
This will be for the last one.
Got 2 $25 vouchers to Les Voltaire.
Perfect. Husker Country. You did it too early.
Yep, too early. See, we can look at these
canceled
things.
Husker Country.
We can look at these.
Yeah.
Josh will be able to tell who was in first.
And Josh is good at math, so he knows if you're right or not.
I do. Yes, I do.
One Beer Friday also coming up on 1620 The Zone.
1620 The Zone's 4-quarter pick'em returns. It's your chance to win $1,620. All you have to do is correctly pick 4 college or NFL games against the spread. Listen to qualify every weekday or enter online at 1620thezone.com. One lucky listener will be selected each week to make their picks live on air.
Awesome.
Go to 1620thezone.com for complete rules and contest details. It's 4-quarter pick'em with 1620 The Zone.
The brand new Dollar General Distribution Center in Blair is now hiring. Starting wage is up to $22 per hour with benefits including medical, dental, vision, 401k, and a $2,000 sign-on bonus. Apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Again, apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Dollar General can't wait to have you become a team member at their brand new distribution center.
Good boy. At Cox, we think all customers deserve a reliable connection. So whether you're a loyal customer who's been with us for years, or you're new to the family like this little guy, you'll get the same great deals on the same great internet. And no matter who you are. See how you can save at cox.com/deals for all. Other restrictions apply, all rights reserved. Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Do you hear what we hear? Omaha Steaks has tons of jobs and hours. Right now, we're hiring for a variety of seasonal positions in our warehouses. Make this holiday extra jolly with a great employee discount on gourmet foods you can use all year long. To view available job openings and to apply online, go to omahasteaks.com/jobs or text steaks to 22633 to apply today. 'Tis the season to make some holiday cash at Omaha Steaks.
Peerless Energy Systems is Nebraska and Iowa's locally owned and operated authorized solar air compressor distributor. Peerless Energy Systems provides products and solutions for compressed air systems, helping companies in manufacturing, food processing, transportation, auto body repair, car dealers, and more. Driving industry efficiency through service, support, and relationships, let Peerless Energy Systems help you increase efficiency with your compressed air systems today. PeerlessEnergy.com.
That to-do list you have needs one more thing. Chill. It's an easy thing to do. Just crack open an ice-cold Coors Light and chill. Take the afternoon off and binge watch anything. Go to happy hour and stay for a couple hours. Who's counting anyways? Or hang out with just your dog because you've had enough human interaction this week. Whatever you do it with a Coors Light. Mountain cold refreshment made to chill. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Celebrate responsibly.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right. Get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Well, I have coverage of Blue Jay basketball tomorrow afternoon. This week has both been short and long. It feels like it's been forever since they played, but it also went by. This week went by really fast.
Very fast.
I
which some like.
Woke up this morning and I was walking around. Go, man, it's already Friday.
Yeah, but that means it's almost a weekend of football games, John.
Like the Army-Navy game, America's game, which you'll be able to hear on 1180 The Zone because we will have coverage of Creighton and Central Michigan on 1620 The Zone and 1019 The Keg, starting at 11 a.m. with Blue Jay shoot-around, then tip-off is at 1 o'clock.
America's game that John won't be watching. Yikes.
Because I'm working.
John, don't support the troops, Bishop.
I'll have it on, John, and I'll be supporting America.
I will have it on in my heart.
Well, your heart doesn't get TV ratings, John.
Or the accurate score.
Good news. Nielsen doesn't measure whether or not I'm watching or not.
Oh.
They don't care about us here in Nebraska.
They say, I don't care.
They don't. Did you see that Bill Belichick is the guest picker? I didn't think Game Day did a special from Army Navy.
Well, again, it's the only game that day outside of the FCS stuff.
Right.
So I'm curious to see like how many games they. I mean, I'm not curious. I'm not going to be watching, but I bet he's a little Laffy Taffy on the set with the guys.
Sure, I bet he'll be real laughy and real taffy.
He'll be laffy. He always is when he's on TV and trying to be like, look at me, I could be on TV if I wanted to show emotion. Ha ha ha.
I wouldn't go that far.
Okay.
The Steelers, by the way.
Oh, how'd they do last night?
Well,
the Iowa of the NFL.
They are the first team that was over 500 in NFL history to lose consecutive games to teams who were at least 8 games under 500.
Back-to-back weeks, they have lost to teams that had 2 wins coming in.
Correct.
I mean, and we did our bottom 5 on Tuesday, and you had the Pats as the worst team, right?
They were last.
That is crazy.
They'll be moving on up this week.
Congratulations to New England. And as we talked about earlier with Aaron Schatz, like, it's a big deal because of the draft stuff. And so now it's like the Bears are obviously going to be the number 1 drafting team.
They're going to be thrilled.
Yeah, because they have the Carolina pick, and now the battle will continue between New England and Arizona for the 2nd pick, and whoever will get the other quarterback that is not picked first overall. Unless the Bears trade out of it, or they take a wide receiver, I guess.
Right.
We'll see.
Well, and now what this means is the Steelers
they're out of the playoffs right now.
Currently, they would be out of the playoffs. That's right.
Yeah, and they've had there's been so much discourse surrounding them this year because, first of all, for a while they've been outgained in every game, and yet they had a winning record, and they still have a winning record. They're still a game above 500. Then they move on from Matt Canada, Canada, which Shohei Ohtani may or may not be flying to right now. And they have a nice little bump in the following week, but yikes, they have reverted poorly in each of the last two. And I know that, they've had to play a backup quarterback. They started a backup quarterback last night. They had a backup quarterback play the majority of the game versus the Cardinals. But I mean, the issue in the last 2 weeks is the defense. I mean, I guess the offense only scored 10 last week. That's not very good. But the defense giving up 24 to Arizona and then a quick 21 in a quarter and, a few more minutes to New England. I mean, you just can't do that. Bailey Zappi dropping dimes on your defense. Not great, Pittsburgh. Not great.
I mean, you have 7 teams right now who are all within a game of the last playoff spot. Actually, of the 5th playoff spot.
Yeah, because the
Browns,
Browns,
you got the Browns and the Colts are both 7-5,
And the
the Texans are 7-5.
Yeah.
The Steelers are now a half game out at 7-6, and you have the Broncos, Bengals, Bills all at 6-6. I mean, it's going to be a lot of shuffling going. You got Browns and Jaguars, which is really important for both teams. I mean,
huge game.
Because keep in mind, the Jaguars have not cinched up the AFC South. The Colts and Texans are right there.
Yeah, they're right behind them.
So the Jags need that game.
And how, it seems like Trevor Lawrence is going to play. How healthy will he be?
Right.
How much mobility will he have?
Texans have to be feeling good right now because they've got the easy one this week. They've got the Jets.
Yeah. Well,
so they should be in good shape.
As we talked about though with Aaron, solid defense, so,
Right.
But I'm with you. I think that they should take care of business in that football game.
And then you got Bengals and Colts playing each other.
Yeah. I mean, you want to talk about Cincinnati going from left for dead seemingly to right back in the mix. If they pull off that win, we're going to have a lot of different conversations. Yeah. It's a muddled mess. And it's funny too, because the Bills, I mean, every game is a playoff game for them. But, who is the biggest benefactor of the last week plus in the NFL? It's actually Buffalo in the AFC. They have gained a lot of ground, even though they haven't even played since that loss in Philadelphia a couple Sundays ago.
So this weekend, even though outside, you got the Bills and Chiefs and the Eagles, Cowboys, which is sucking all the oxygen out of the room.
As it should.
Those early games are going to be enormous.
Yeah, I'd like to retract my grade on Fired Up for Football. I'd like to give it a better grade.
Yeah,
B+.
like I did. I gave it an A.
B+. It's a solid weekend.
I gave it an A.
I just wish we didn't have to watch Lions Bears on Sunday.
Well, you don't if you have my DirecTV Sunday ticket, and you can watch the Rams and the Ravens.
I actually am bummed that I will not be able to watch that, but maybe I will watch it on your DirecTV NFL Sunday ticket or on Red Zone.
No,
It'll show
on mine. No, you can't watch. It's my DirecTV Sunday ticket.
What if I came over? What if I came over? We could watch the Sunday night game together.
No.
You could do a Wang Nachos.
Wang Nachos, John.
Can I come too?
Nachos with a little
No, because
wang
we
in
have
it.
we have a family tradition. We sacrifice a Cowboy fan for Dallas game.
Well, you're gonna need help with the sacrifice, John.
That's true.
Wait, I thought I was the murder guy. Meanwhile, you're killing people every week.
There's a difference between sacrifice and murder, Josh.
It's a mercy.
Is
sacrifice is for the greater
putting people
good.
Putting people out of their misery.
Murder is just messed up.
Interesting. Very, very interesting. By the way, we had a couple questions earlier from Douglas, and he said, question for you. Were you entertained by watching the movie? Was it worth your time? Shock value to me is not entertaining. This movie was not Whiplash, was not a shock movie. It was a very good movie. Highly recommend.
It was a good movie.
Also, it's only like an hour 45. So
It's a suspense movie.
It was a good movie.
There's
great movie, Douglas.
one part that's like shocking, but that's
shocking.
But
that's it's not a shock value movie.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They're
no
not
one
just-
gets beheaded in this movie randomly.
They're not just swearing to swear. Like it's a good movie.
That's not my tempo. Slice. Yeah, that didn't happen.
No.
Thankfully.
I bet you would have liked that, huh?
All right. Stand by because it is One Beer Friday.
And math time.
It is One Beer Friday, brought to you by the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild.
Oh, this is an easy one. Congrats to Mustache Adam. He says the answer, 8.
Mustache Adam got in first in the YouTube comments.
Good work, Mustache Adam.
That was quick.
Nick, did you know that it was 8?
Yes.
Nice. Yeah. You know how I did it? Well, I mean, I know that football math.
That's
8
why I picked
touchdowns,
that
baby.
problem. That's why I picked
63 divided by 7. Oh, that's 9 touchdowns.
Hey, the Dolphins did that, and then they did more, so they got to 70.
Once
Remember when they beat the Broncos?
I do. Once it gets beyond like 98, then I don't think of football math anymore.
Well, yeah.
Like 84 is kind of the end of, in my opinion, because of Nebraska, Minnesota.
Yes.
That's 12 touchdowns. Congrats to Adam.
Congrats to Adam. Stone Hollow Brewing Company is our beer this week, and they brought 4 different crowlers.
Oh, baby.
So we can try a little bit of everything this week. And when we come back, we will get into the handicapping of the field, the 5 quarterbacks that have been rumored to, well, it's not really rumored. I mean, Nebraska's been
reporting
talking
on
to
it.
these
Yeah,
folks.
for sure. Visiting.
Nebraska's been talking to these folks. Strengths and weaknesses of the candidates that we hope will be wearing scarlet and cream next year.
And black.
And predictions also coming up
Wow,
on
so many
1620 The Zone.
Hey everyone, Josh Peterson here for my friends at Kugler Vision. We are getting so close to the end of 2023. You might have some money sitting in your flex plan or in your health savings account. And if so, it's time for an early holiday gift for yourself by connecting with my friends at Kugler Vision. You can go to their website, kuglervision.com. You can give them a call at 402-558-2211 and let them know that you are frustrated. You are sick of bad vision and you are ready for a vision correction consultation. One of the ways you can do that is by actually taking the vision quiz at kuglervision.com. Whether it is an astigmatism, whether it is a high prescription, they specialize in the tough vision problems. For me, 2024 will mark 6 years since I had a procedure done, but it all started with a consultation that I went through in January of 2018. Do the same for you and make the end of 2023 and 2024 better and, more importantly, clearer. Book that appointment online today at kuglervision.com.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, it's 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center. Looks like there's a wreck blocking the right lane on eastbound Maple at 52nd. It's got traffic backed up to the Northwest Radial Highway. Otherwise, we've got delays on eastbound I-80 starting at 680, going all the way to 84th. Delays on eastbound L Street from I-80 to 90th. And then if you're west on Dodge, delays starting at about 69th, going to Rose Plumpkin Drive. And then if you're east on Dodge, delays between 680 and 90th and between 50th and 40th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by IBEW Local 22.
Does great pay, fully funded medical benefits, and a solid retirement sound good to you? IBEW has immediate openings for electricians. Invest in yourself with IBEW Local 22. Call 402-810-0789 or visit IBEW22.org today.
J-Tech Construction reminds you that this time of year, your home's energy efficiency is under tension. Don't let your windows cost you by raising your energy bills this winter. J-Tech Construction will come out and provide you with a free estimate on upgrading your windows and keeping your energy costs down. They have custom-made, energy-efficient windows that keep the outside out with the professional installation you would expect. Contact the official exterior and solar experts of the Huskers. J-Tech Construction, your exteriorexperts.com.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to know?
Too hard. Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 15 minutes a day.
15 minutes isn't long.
Nope. And they're fun.
Fun isn't hard.
Right. Babbel's interactive lessons, podcasts, games, and more make it fun and engaging, so you don't realize you're learning a language, but you are. And Babbel's lessons are built around real life. You can choose from topics like travel, business, relationships, and more. You'll learn what matters most to you. Plus, Babbel's lessons are designed to get you speaking right away. In 3 weeks, you're able to start having conversations.
Just 3 weeks. Even better.
Since Babbel's lessons are designed by language experts and voiced by real native speakers, you'll get the accents just right and be able to carry on conversations with confidence.
Learning a language with Babbel doesn't take long. And with Babbel, it isn't hard. It's perfect.
And now, try Babbel free at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts Holiday Gift Guide is here. If you're struggling with gift ideas, we have several options for gifts under $20, like a digital tire gauge, screwdriver set, LED work lights, and more. Our professional parts people will help you pick out the perfect gift for that hard-to-buy for person. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts or shop O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Shop smarter online for your next vehicle with Buy Now from Woodhouse. Car buying 100% online from your local trusted auto partner. Easily compare hundreds of hand-picked, safety-inspected cars, trucks, and SUVs features, capabilities, and payments. Conveniently apply for financing and complete your paperwork for purchase 100% online, anytime from anywhere. Plus, we'll deliver it to your driveway. Woodhouse, delivering a better way to car buy online with Buy Now.
Whitcliffe Restaurant in Fremont is just a quick sleigh ride from Omaha at Whitcliffe Lake. Get a head start on all your stocking stuffers with gift cards from the Whitcliffe Restaurant. Winters at the Whitcliffe Restaurant are warm and inviting, like a Santa's workshop, but more fun. Stop fighting traffic, parking, and one-way streets. Slow down and enjoy a fantastic dinner at the lake with family and friends this holiday season. The Whitcliffe Restaurant is Santa approved. Check them out at thewhitclifferestaurant.com or on Facebook for specials and events.
The two-game swing through Texas continues for Omaha men's basketball. Hi, everybody. I'm Jerry Sharp. After a trip to Lubbock, now the Mavs head way south to Corpus Christi. They take on Texas A&M Corpus Christi on News Talk 1290 Coil beginning at 3 o'clock on Saturday. The pregame show, 3:30 tip-off, Mavs in Corpus Christi.
Hey, Blue Jay fans, it's basketball season here at Creighton. So get your tickets and come out and support your Blue Jays. For tickets, go to Ticketmaster.com, go Creighton.com/tickets, or visit the ticket office located at Ryan Athletic Center. And that's your Creighton Sports Update.
1620 The Zone proudly supports Creighton Athletics.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Throw. 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 Throw.
I drank beer with my friends. Sometimes I had too many beers. I liked beer. I still like beer. Had beers, have some beers. One beer, drink beer, drank beer, and drinking beer.
Upstairs, downstairs, where was it? But I had one beer.
Beers each week. Ralph. I like beer. I don't know if you like beer, Senator. What do you like to drink?
I had one beer Friday.
Hanging out and having some beers with friends, which I gladly do, and which I fully embrace.
Well, you think it was nope? It was one beer.
Yes, indeed. It is a One Beer Friday brought to you by the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild. Follow them on Twitter at Nebraska Brewers. You can find out more about all the great beers in our fair state. This week, Stone Hollow Brewery in Beatrice. And they have brought us 4 different beers. And I have just
nice, Nick.
I have just tried.
That means 4.
The peach cobbler, which is actually, and here's the description, straight from the orchards. This Macintosh apple cider sat on over 150 pounds of ripe peaches before being back-sweetened with brown sugar and infused with vanilla beans and cinnamon sticks. Bring on the holidays. It is divine.
John is moving to the country and eating a lot of peaches.
Oh, I'm doing the one that Nick started out with, which is
the watermelon crawl.
Yeah, so it's a watermelon sour.
I've been really into this. I've been getting more into
Summer favorite, Ghost. Is that the kind? Ghost? Goes. Tickles the taste bud. As sour, sweet, and saltiness collide. In addition to pink Himalayan salt and coriander, we used over 200 pounds of watermelon puree, no vine, made from the largest watermelons on the vine.
Holy crap, I love this.
Yeah, this is good stuff.
This is great.
Thank you,
Yeah, and then they
brought 2 others, and we'll try those as well.
Yes, we will.
One is their Hollow Light, which is their light lager. And the other one is the Mummy Trail, which is their IPA.
Oh, an IPA?
Yes,
Oh,
an
interesting.
IPA.
You know, I think I'll try that. I think I'll try the IPA.
Are you sure? I
Yeah.
don't know how you feel about IPAs, Josh.
This peach one is good.
Thank you to Stone Hollow, and
I'm
thank
excited
you
to
to the
try that
Nebraska
peach.
Craft Brewers Guild. By the way, you can win a gift card and hat to
Hats.
Stone Hollow. All
Yep.
you got to do is tweet at us what you're drinking as the weekend arrives with the hashtag One Beer Friday. And later on, Nick will slide on in to the DMs and let one of you know at random that you were our winner.
Well, that is awesome. So try it out if you're in Beatrice. Give them a try. Stone Hollow Brewing Company.
Indeed.
Speaking of craft beers, Brickway, of course, another fine Nebraska craft brewer, has been featured on One Beer Friday many times. They have just released a new Berry Blast Vodka Hard Seltzer in conjunction with the Creighton NIL effort, the Bird Club. So some of the proceeds from this will be going towards the Bird Club. Is it called Alias? ALEIUS? Alias Vodka
Alias?
Hard Seltzers, which is their kind of their brand. But they've come out with a new Blue Jay Berry Blast.
Fun.
So you might want to try that
Sounds good.
over at Brickway Brewery and Distillery. Got that word today. And while we are enjoying beer, a toast to a friend of the Grum, Dave Weber.
Yes.
From Channel 6, former longtime sportscaster Dave Weber has been informed that he has been inducted into the the Omaha Sports Hall of Fame.
Oh, congrats to Dave.
And that will happen on May the 30th. We got a surprise last night. So congratulations, Webbs. Here's to you.
He
And
better bring his corn cob.
I was going to say he better bring us those ice cream bars. Remember when he brought us ice cream bars once?
I'm a big fan of Dave. Dave Weber and his
Yes,
corn
bring
cob.
the corn cob.
Bring the corn cob.
Bring the corn cob.
Awesome. Congrats to Dave.
Good job,
Yes,
Dave.
first class individual and long time.
And most importantly, a friend of the program.
And most
Like,
importantly, a friend
yada,
of
yada, yada, Hall of Famer. Cool, but
Yeah.
listens to the show and
Yeah.
calls in sometimes.
That was a really cool thing John just said. I wish I could lead a life where somebody described me as first class.
Well, you have a long ways to go, Nick.
Sure do.
You do.
You got to catch up to this guy. All right, John?
Well, I mean, you do have to pass him, but the good news is
This is Formula One. There will be no passing.
the good news is he's like 17 laps down right now. So it
There
should
will
pretty
be no pass.
See, I'm in a car and you're not.
Mm.
That other activity you like to do.
Well, let's take a look at
Oh.
some of the strengths and the weaknesses of the 5 quarterbacks that seem to be the highest on Nebraska's list. These are all quarterbacks that Marcus Satterfield has visited this week.
Yeah.
In the
Visiting.
transfer portal.
Yeah, in alphabetical order, their names, alphabetical order of their last names. Will Howard, Sam Levitt, Kyle McCord, Blake Shapen, Cam Ward.
Mhm.
Those are the 5 quarterbacks. If they came from outside of this list, I would be blown away. Truly, I would be blown away by this point in time.
Well, Howard, who has 1 year of eligibility remaining. So
Yes.
you've got
What do you have?
pretty much everybody on this list, with the exception
Levitt.
of Levitt, has just 1 year of eligibility. Levitt's got 4 because he did not play 4 games this year, more than 4 games this year, and we still have the goofy puke 4-game redshirt rule.
Yeah, so in a way, like had thought about writing that down as a strength or a weakness for any of them, but given how 4 of them have 1 year and 1 of them has 4, it kind of just like you know what you're getting, right? You know what you're getting with Ford, with Shapen, with McCord, and with Howard. It is a come in. I think it shows the urgency of a year or two. I really do think that this process so far, 5 days into the portal, has shown urgency for Nebraska, and that they believe that they need to be urgent on the football field. Whereas Levitt, I don't think he would represent that exactly. But is there a world where they're able to land him and one of the other guys? That's one of the questions that I think we'll see if they can answer it in positive.
Howard of these candidates certainly fits the mold of what Nebraska has been used to in recent years, and I'm not just talking about this past season, but
mobility,
the Adrian Martinez, where it's passing, but definitely the ability to run.
Yes.
He's got nearly 1,000 rushing yards in his career.
He had 351 this year. He had 9 touchdowns on the ground this year. I mean, that's so if you're putting I wrote that down as a strength, right? The mobility, being able to maybe run the offense in a similar way that they did this year. Not to mention experience. He started a lot of games over the last 2 seasons, and he's done so for, especially last season, 2022, a very successful program. He came in for an injured Adrian Martinez, and he ended up leaving Kansas State to the Big 12 championship game in that upset over TCU.
And, having a mobile quarterback or someone who, can give you the threat of the wheels certainly can open up things in the bootleg game, the boot and waggle game. It just makes you defend 11 on 11. Just because you have a running quarterback doesn't mean you have to use him all the time. If Nebraska had been a little better off this season, they could have. They didn't have to run the quarterback as much, but unfortunately, that's really where Heinrich Harburg's strength was. It wasn't in passing; it was more in running. With Will Howard, you've got someone who's got a good passing category, had 2,600 yards this year, 24-10 touchdown to interception ratio, 67-25 touchdown to interception ratio for his career, and a completion rate that's just a little below.
Which I put in the weaknesses category. I think in college football in 2023, well, this will be for 24. I think you want a quarterback that is not at 60, but comfortably into the 60s. And he turns the ball over as well. So I kind of put those two together. And, I thought Stan McEwen brought up something interesting in his write-up on these guys this week, where you look, or no, this might have been Schaefer. You look at the players around him at Kansas State. They had a good running game, especially in 2022. They had a guy who's on the Cowboys roster right now for them. They had good players, good system, a successful program. And at this moment in time, as we stand, I don't know if Nebraska maybe has those pieces that Will Howard, has been used to at Kansas State. So I would just kind of wonder aloud, how would he do? It's not so much a weakness, more so just a question of how would he do at Nebraska with these kind of players.
If you were looking at more of a gradual transition over to a passing offense or more of a pro style, I guess this would be a good, because it's someone that could do a lot of the things that Nebraska was doing last year. Not so much the sprint option side of things, but just the zone read option. Those things are certainly there with him.
Yeah.
So it would be it'd be a gradual transition with someone who just throws the ball better. That certainly is a strength.
Yeah.
Now, because of, while the touchdown interception ratio isn't bad, it's not as good as some of the other quarterbacks on this team.
Correct.
And sometimes there is because he's on the run and because maybe his footwork isn't as polished, that the passing isn't quite as sharp as some of the other candidates. But if you're looking for a quarterback, if you're not looking to totally abandon the mobility and the run factor or the run threat of a quarterback, Howard is arguably the best guy on the list, if that's what you're looking for.
Yeah, and that's the question, right? And I don't mean to step on your toes, John, of where you wanted to go next, but I think that there's an interesting discussion to be had then about a Kyle McCord, because he represents going away from the mobility. This year, of course, we know that sacks are rushing yards in college football. Kyle McCord had negative 65 rushing yards. Well, why is that the case? Because he had 16 sacks.
Yeah, he doesn't run.
He had 16 other carries. This guy does not run the football. He has 0 rushing touchdowns in his entire career. Now, I'm gonna do a little spin zone on this. I actually view this as a positive. This is one of my strengths for Kyle McCord, is that they would be bringing in a true pass first quarterback, not even pass first, a pass quarterback. That's what he is.
A pass-only quarterback.
A pass-only quarterback. And that would...
And I would actually put that as a weakness, because I do believe you need some of that mobility. You need some of that wiggle in this era of college football. But,
interesting.
I mean, sure, if you want to go hard reset and say, this is the direction I want, then... And McCord certainly, 27-8 touchdown to interception.
Yeah, 24-6
for his career,
this season.
24-6 this season, 3,100 yards. He's played in big games. He's delivered in a couple of big games.
And how about the fact, too, big games, great point, but he's also played in a fishbowl. Like, I think we saw that this place got to...
Oh, how did he breathe in the water?
I think we saw that this place got to Jeff Sims. And I don't know how good Kyle McCord would be without all of those talented players. He would not have Marvin Harrison Jr. in Nebraska with him. Maybe he'd have a different wide receiver. But at the very least, I know that he would be used to a place that cares about his every waking move. In my opinion, that is a very good thing. A weakness, though, is that very thing. How would he do without an offense as talented as Ohio State? Ohio State always has the best receivers in the Big Ten. He had the best receiver in the entire sport of college football on his roster. A potential weakness as well. And look, maybe I am comparing him a little too much to his coaches before him. He does seem like more of a game manager than anything else, but that doesn't have to be necessarily a weakness. It could be more of a question, but I mean, it's certainly an upgrade over Nebraska's quarterbacks. And it's like, I guess I can't figure out, John, when I talk about McCord, am I comparing him too much to what they have had, or am I comparing him or just looking at Kyle McCord in a vacuum? I know that I'm being guilty of the former. I just don't know if I'm going too far in being like, well, Kyle McCord is an upgrade over Sims. It's like, yeah, duh. No offense, but like everybody is. So I got to figure that part out.
There's a part of me that almost wants to describe McCord as the safe choice.
Interesting.
He's safe with the ball. He's not a dynamic playmaker, but he can make throws. And certainly he can whistle the ball into tight spots. He did that this year, but that also was with Marvin Harrison. How will his skill set translate with a quote unquote lesser receiver core?
Yep.
Theoretically, a lesser receiver core.
Yep.
But he kind of feels like a safe choice where you know what you're going to get with him, but does he have enough playmaker in him to offset what will be a less playmaking capable offense?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the question that we will have to see asked in 2024.
Blake Shapen of Baylor.
Okay.
5,500 passing yards, 36 touchdowns, 13 interceptions for his career. 63, almost 64% completion rate for his career this past season. He was 2,200 passing yards, 13 and 3 touchdowns to interceptions. He, again, 1 year left. He has had some injury issues.
Yes, he's a slight player. He's only 6 feet tall.
Yep, he is smaller.
Yeah, but he does have mobility. Sam McEwen had a great stat: 21-3 touchdown to INT ratio in the red zone. That's very good.
Yeah,
being able to be that good of a decision maker down there. I really like that. He does have some mobility, as well. So he is dual threat. I think is way too kind, but a player who is able to. I think kind of what you were talking about a few minutes ago, being able to have a mobile quarterback in this era. You really like that. And again, maybe
he's kind of in the middle of the previous two candidates we've talked about.
Yeah. And maybe I'm correct.
He's not as polished a runner or as dynamic or capable a runner as Howard, but he's certainly not a pass first, pass only.
Yeah.
Or pass only is the right term as McCord is.
I don't know if you want to rank these guys at the end, but I really do feel like Blake Shapen is my last guy. He is not.
Yeah, I don't think the size works for him.
And I think that
the possibility, the fact that, he's had a history of injuries.
Mm-hmm. And that, we have 4 guys total. He's one of them that has 1 year of eligibility left.
Right.
He is easily the weakest of those 4. And so that's why then I would actually put Levitt above him because of having the extra years of eligibility.
There's Cam Ward, with nearly 7,000 passing yards, 48-16 touchdown to interception ratio, 65% completion rate. I mean, in terms of
he has the raw production.
In terms of the ability, this is number 1.
Yeah, he has lots of production at both the FCS level and then the FBS level.
Correct.
He has mobility. He has what you're talking about. He's a playmaker. But 2 things off of that now as I shift to the weaknesses. Okay, first of all, he fumbles the ball a ton.
Yes.
Given his strengths, I worry, and this goes back to the Minnesota game, would they try to lean on that too much and that could be to his and to the team's detriment. And the other thing, not to keep bringing up the fishbowl component and Nick's bad jokes, but we just saw someone come in here from an atmosphere that doesn't really care about the team, and that's Georgia Tech in Atlanta. I mean, he was playing in the FCS, and then he was playing at Washington State. And I know that they have a hardcore fan base up there, but like, come on, it's not the same as what it is here. So how would he handle that?
Now, the other part of it too is he is being courted by the biggest of the big players in the quarterback transfer market.
Ohio State seems very interested in this guy.
Ohio State's interested in him. Michigan's interested in him. I mean, there's a lot of heavy hitters. So honestly, it's a strength. They're not going to be able to land him. Yeah, they're not going to get it.
I feel like of all these players, he is actually the least realistic. I think we needed to go through the exercise with him.
I think it'd be a major upset if Nebraska got him.
Yeah, be fascinating to see. But yeah, I don't. He's going to be in the pros. He could be in the pros this year.
Big shoes.
And then there's Sam Leavitt. Now this is the most project one. Now certainly some talent. Former 4-star recruit.
He's basically a high school player.
He is. You're getting 4 years of him now. He does have a little bit of experience. Threw a touchdown against Nebraska last year. But if you're looking for the guy who fits what Matt Rule wants to be, and that is a developmental program, if you're worried that once we go down the road of these 1-year rental quarterbacks, it's hard to break that cycle.
Yeah.
If you don't want to get on that cycle in the first place, this is your choice.
Yep, exactly. He is essentially a highly rated high school guy that has already played in college. He has a lot of eligibility left. He has all 4 years, which I think is a huge plus. Huge plus. I mean, the weakness is it's almost like, and maybe this is unfair, John, but I do wonder, and this is kind of my old school transfer mindset of if you're leaving after 1 year, is it almost a sign already that you just don't have what it takes at this level of college football? And maybe that's unfair on my end, but
there was a coaching change.
Definitely. And Jonathan, so he was in Oregon. He's from Oregon. Jonathan Smith did not recruit him at Oregon State.
Right.
And so I know that is playing a part in this discussion.
So I'm not as much worried about that.
Yeah.
The question is, do you want someone who is ready-made to go right now or someone that's going to have to work? And it really depends on, if you're that desperate, we've got to win. We've got to start winning. We've got to do it. We've got to go.
And I think they are.
Then you're going to want one of the other options.
I think that
if you're comfortable going, well, but hey, we could have this guy for 4 years. Imagine and if you want to look at it this way, look at Leavitt as a high school prospect.
Correct.
With some experience.
Correct.
Because you're getting 4 years. Think of him as if he were in the class of 2024.
Or I would say, look at it this way.
And it'd really be 2024 plus, Josh, because he'll be able to come in and instead of just being the typical early enrollee, he's already been through a year of college.
Correct. He's done the experience of college.
He's already been through a year of being in a college program and learning about the inner workings of a college. Yeah, sure, he's got to readjust to different coaching staff, new offense, new coaches, etc. But all of the first year issues, you don't get that. So you're getting a 4-star high school athlete with a year of college experience.
Yeah, Mike says you need a 4-year development quarterback. Isn't that why you bring in Kalen? See, I'm going to take what you said and twist it just a little bit. This is a 2023 guy because they didn't bring in a 2023 high school guy. So this is that who is already redshirted. And to answer Mike's question, you always want to bring in a quarterback every single cycle. Right. So now you have your he would be the 2023 guy. Kalen would be the 2024 guy.
Correct.
And then that's why I think that they want an immediate guy too, because I think that they understand the importance of winning in 2024. And I think that the names that we have gone through, 5 of them, 4 of them, 80% are one and done. I think that answers the question of how valuable they view the 2024 season. That's why it's funny. You said safest, and that's why I like Kyle McCord the most. What is Ohio State fans is trash because he wasn't at the level of the greats that they have had.
Mm-hmm.
I view that as Nebraska's potential treasure because I think that's what they need. They need a good decision maker. They need someone who has played in big games. They need someone who is not going to be scared off by the fishbowl and the situation in Lincoln. And I think that Kyle McCord is those things. And if he can bring a potential wide receiver with him as well, a former 5-star, I mean, all the better. So he is who I want the most, even if I would agree with a lot of people who would say, but I think Cam Ward has the highest ceiling. I think that they're right. I don't think that that's wrong, but I think Kyle McCord has a higher floor, if that makes sense.
I would agree. I would say McCord would be my first choice, but I'm not out on the possibility of bringing in Levitt.
I would agree.
If it's only going to be one guy. I'm going on the assumption it's going to be one guy.
Man, that would be scary for next year.
Scary for next year, but remember, you also have a couple of guys who have played the position. You're going to be bringing back a lot of your defense. And who knows, maybe with an added year of development, the quarterback position will be stabilized a little bit. And if Levitt ends up being the best guy and has the best of the potential, and you've already got him a year of seasoning, he could be your starter and you could be off. And remember, you've got a kind of a soft runway.
You do. It's not as difficult as this year was.
It's not as
3 straight
difficult as
home
this
games,
year.
right?
Yes. You've got a soft runway to build some momentum.
Yeah. Real quick, James says, if they bring in Levitt, would it be important to shuffle the staff and bring in a quarterback coach? Feel very confident that they will have a quarterback coach. I do not think that they are running this offensive staff back. I think that we don't have him on the board. I always forget his name. Josh Martin? Tight ends coach, I think, is going to get demoted. And it wouldn't surprise me if something else happens with the staff. But I do not think Satterfield is going to be coaching quarterbacks.
You want to put it in a grumble?
No, because I don't have a name for you.
Hmm.
I don't think it'll be Jake Pizzo.
Coming up next, it's time for predictions. We will go through the weekend's activities and give you our picks and find out who is one step closer to losing their facial hair. Next on 1620 The Zone.
Previously on The Crossover.
I want to hear the thank you at the end of it, too.
No, thank you.
No, thank you. When you order a Big Mac at McDonald's.
No, thank you.
Thank you, caller Connor.
Good job, Connor. No, thank you.
Maybe it was Connor Stallion. No,
it could have been.
Mornings with Sharp and Hanley. The Connor Happer Show. Unsportsmanlike Conduct. 6A to 6P. 1620. The Zone. Caller for right now, 402-951-1620. Qualifies for 1620 The Zone's 4-quarter pick'em. It's your chance to pick 4 football games correctly against the spread to win $1,620. Call 402-951-1620. Call now to qualify with 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV Newswatch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Well, it's going to be relatively warm throughout your Friday evening, but that's quickly going to change to a winter-like feel throughout the weekend. Tomorrow morning, a temperature in the 30s, mostly cloudy skies with a chance of some flurries, and a very strong northwest breeze tomorrow, hitting a high of around 39 degrees. I'm meteorologist Luke Vickery, KETV Newswatch 7.
This hour is powered by Dollar General Distribution Center in Blair, Nebraska on 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, looks like that wreck on eastbound Maple at 52nd has been moved to the right shoulder, still causing delays through there. If you're east on I-80, delays start at 680 going all the way to 84th. If you're west on I-80, delays between 24th and 60th. Delays on southbound 680 from Pacific to I-80. And then it also looks like there's some slow going on eastbound Industrial Road between 144th and 132nd. I'm Mike Neville.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by IBEW Local 22.
Does great pay, fully funded medical benefits, and a solid retirement sound good to you? IBEW has immediate openings for electricians. Invest in yourself with IBEW Local 22. Call 402-810-0789 or visit IBEW22.org today.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Hey folks, Kent Pavelka again to tell you about your local concrete experts at Everlevel Concrete Repair. Now, if you have cracked, uneven concrete, Everlevel can fix it at a fraction of the cost compared to replacement. This is no Band-Aid. Their products are built to last. It gives your concrete the durable protection it needs, and there's still time. I chose Everlevel for my driveway, and I've got peace of mind with their long-term transferable warranty. Everlevel's products and customer service are top-notch, and that's why they've been voted Best of Omaha again this year. Say it with me. Everlevel, Everlevel, Everlevel.
Experience Omaha's first Indian restaurant and brewery. Jaipur has created delicious Indian food and brews, from the tandoori salmon to the chicken tikka makhani. Jaipur has something for every palate. 2 locations, Rockbrook and Dundee. Come see why Jaipur has been voted first place Best of Omaha 18 years in a row.
Maverick fans, your Omaha Maverick hockey team has won 4 out of the last 5 games and take on nationally ranked St. Cloud State on December 8th and 9th at Baxter Arena. This is your last chance to see Maverick hockey before the first of the year. Let's pack the Baxter. Get your tickets now by calling the box office at 402-554-MAVS or by going to omahamavs.com/tics. Flex plans are also available. Call the box office at 402-554-MAVS.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
You're listening to Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
John has always been an inspector of smidges of meat.
Sub 1620, The Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for predictions. Over, bet the over. Vikings in the over.
Yes, indeed. It is time for predictions. And we have started a brand new round, which takes us through the Super Bowl. And we have decided that this time, whoever finishes in last will have to shave their facial hair. Which means all those grubs and maggots that have been living in Josh's beard all these years will be homeless.
No.
If he finishes
Unhoused.
last.
Unhomed.
Well, right now, if we were to end the contest, both Nick and Josh would have to shave because they're both in last
Got to
place.
be a tiebreaker for this.
Josh, I
I
got
like
a
this
proposal.
idea.
Okay.
You and I should collude because we've both seen each other without facial hair,
Yeah.
but we've never seen John without facial
I
hair.
know. We need to have John do bad.
So let's do a collusion.
But how? We're predicting games.
Let's just
you
predict
have to
the
be
same things.
Oh my gosh! But what
Well,
if we're
you
always
can,
wrong?
but what if I keep winning?
Yeah, then
that
we'd be
doesn't
in
stop
last.
me from
Statistically,
winning.
I don't think that'll keep John ahead, though.
Oh. No, I don't want to do that. Sorry, Nick.
Actually, it could.
I stand on my own.
Well, nothing's stopping me from doing it to you.
Rats.
Well, we will find out. But last week I went 9-6, and these two clowns went 5-10.
Yeah, I had a rough go.
Yeah. Well, here we go with America's game.
Here we go with America's game.
Army Navy. Army's a 2.5-point favorite versus Navy. I'm going to go against who I root for. I'm picking Navy.
Nick?
Well, in honor of the facial hair and the coach with the best facial hair, Navy.
Damn it. We begin how we began last week, all picking the same team.
I wonder which ones you and I messed up on then. I'm curious.
I know what I messed up on.
Well, let's see.
I was wrong on the SEC championship. I was wrong on the
Well,
Big
we
Ten.
all were. We all were on the
I was
SEC.
wrong on the Pac-12.
The only conference championship game we differed on was Florida State Louisville. And Nick picked Louisville.
Hell yeah.
Where
Wait, did
the
they win?
difference was actually made up in the Michigan-Iowa game.
Oh.
Because I hit both the props.
Yeah, because I thought there would be a touchdown by Iowa, and they scored 0 points.
0 points.
Absolute monsters.
Goose eggs.
All right, back to the predictions from this week.
FCS playoffs. The Big East Conference, Villanova.
Oh, man.
Plus 20.5 at South Dakota State.
Villanova played Creighton this year in football. It did not prepare them for what they're about to see. Give me SDSU to cover the 20.5.
You mean soccer?
No, talking about football, Nick.
You said Villanova played Creighton in football?
I did indeed.
They didn't because Creighton didn't play football.
That's how bad they played non-existent teams.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Give me South Dakota State.
Okay.
Villanova having a football team is hilarious to me.
John's obviously going with the Big East team here.
No, I'm going with South Dakota State. Are you
What?
kidding me?
But John, imagine that win.
the Dakota
This
schools.
one's for Val Ackerman.
It's actually for Howie Long.
This one's for Howie. What?
Howie Long went to Villanova.
Yeah, but what does he have to do with leading the Big East Conference like Val
Well,
Ackerman?
he doesn't, but it's just,
okay.
Villanova.
Is my flat top level?
North Dakota State, 6.5-point favorites at South Dakota State.
A lot of points to get it
Wow.
home.
The
Yeah.
Dakota Civil War. When will the violence end? I went to Devil's Lake, North Dakota once when I was a kid. Give me North Dakota.
Nick, actually, this would not be a civil war because they are separate states.
But equal.
But equal. I'm
I'm going with the Bison.
The home team, that's too many points at home. That's
Okay.
a tough atmosphere.
Would that not be a civil war? They're two.
Well, I would figure Civil War is always like the inside of the same state. If it was South Dakota playing South Dakota State.
But they're both Dakotas.
I guess that's true. Hard to argue with that.
I see
But
what
they're
you're
different
saying,
states with different people, different governments.
Yeah, but all red.
All right, so
Fair.
Josh will go opposite here and take South Dakota.
Let's go.
The NBA Cup.
Oh, finally.
Why?
I'm so pumped for this. What do you mean, Nick?
Who will hang that first banner? Who will lift that trophy for the first time? If LeBron wins, will he basically just... Remember when Belichick would win an AFC championship trophy and they'd hand him that little thing and he'd just immediately pass it off? That's going to be LeBron if the Lakers win. The Lakers are favored by 3.5 over Indiana.
John, I disagree with you. You know why? Michael Jordan never won an NBA Cup. This is the argument LeBron stans will use in their claim that he's the greatest of all time. The Lakers win and cover the first champs of the NBA Cup, and then we rid ourselves of these dumb courts.
You're such a homer.
Go Lakers.
Give me the Pacers.
Ooh,
Rematch
all
of
right.
the
So Nick's
2000
going to go
finals.
different here.
That's exactly why I picked them.
Lakers in 6, baby. That was fun.
NFL, Rams.
Wait, who did you pick?
I took the Lakers.
Oh, okay. I thought you were just setting it off.
Oh, no, I took the Lakers. Rams plus 7.5 at Baltimore. I'm gonna homer this one.
Okay.
I'm gonna say the Rams and they cover. I like the hook.
Well, I'm smart, so I'm going to pick the Ravens.
See, so the Ravens have had games against NFC teams this year where we're like, this could be a fun game. And then they beat Detroit by 1 million. They beat Seattle by 1 million. I kind of want to go with that here. But the Rams have been playing good football. Give me Baltimore. Sorry, John.
Jags plus 3 at Cleveland.
Jacksonville.
We don't know about Trevor yet, do we?
No, we do not. And we will not know until Sunday.
Give me the Browns.
Yeah, I'm gonna go Cleveland.
Joe Flacco.
Yeah, January Joe.
Bills plus 1.5 at the Chiefs.
Nick, these are two teams you love to disrespect.
They are.
Yeah, so how will you pick a tie in this game? I guess that would,
I'm
one
going to
team
pick
would
the
still,
Chiefs because they're not in my division.
One team would still cover.
And I know we're still ahead of the Bills, but I still don't want them to have momentum.
Yeah, I'm going Kansas City.
I want to pick the Bills. I'm going to go with the Chiefs. I really wanted to pick the Bills, but they'll probably do something stupid, and their coach will be like, do this 1-4, and they're like, don't, coach, don't say it, coach.
It's because Josh Allen is bad.
No, he is not. He's awesome.
When he's good, he's good.
Yeah.
But he's not always good.
Yeah, most of the time he is, though.
Sunday Night Football.
The game of the week.
Dolphins, Titans?
No.
That's Monday, Nick.
Eagles plus 3.5 at Dallas. We'll make Josh go last.
Okay.
Nick.
I am still disrespecting the Eagles. So give me the Cowboys.
Dallas is at home. Taking Dallas.
Dallas at home scores a lot of points. I think Dallas is going to win by 2 scores. Give me the Cowboys.
Glory hole.
Hell
Glory
yes.
hole.
Tell me more, Jarrah.
Glory hole.
College basketball.
And I'm not working on Monday, by the way. If they lose, it is not because I'm afraid of talking. It's because I'm taking Monday off.
You're getting sad Taco Bell Sunday, right?
No.
If they lose.
I'm actually picking Riss up from somewhere where she will be for the game. That could be a real, it will be an awkward ride home for one of us.
Oof.
But I was thinking I might have an old-fashioned that night after I get home.
Oh. Yeah. A little cherry?
Illinois at Tennessee.
It's not an old
Illinois plus 4.5 at the Vols.
There's a lot of recipes for the old-fashioned, Nick. I don't do the one with the cherry. The Big Ten does well in December sometimes. Give me Illinois to cover.
Going Tennessee.
They're the only 10 I see.
Wow. I get it.
Speaking of Big Ten versus SEC, Alabama plus 5.5 versus Purdue. In 1 week, Alabama will be in Omaha, but this week they're in. Well, actually, this is a neutral site game.
Where's
Alabama. I knew you were going to ask that. I
Sorry.
don't remember.
I'll look it
Maybe
up.
Orlando.
Will you tell us?
Alabama plus 5.5 versus the Boilers.
Is the SEC good at basketball? I'm just going to assume they're not because football means more. So give me Purdue.
Okay.
John, the game is where Shohei is maybe flying. It's in Toronto.
Oh, so that's why Shohei's going to Toronto.
Why? Why is this game in Toronto?
It's some kind of neutral site game. I'm going to take Purdue.
Give me give me Purdue.
Wow. Boiler up.
Honk, honk.
Wisconsin plus 6.5 at Arizona. Going with the Wildcats.
Yeah, they're off to a great start. They're undefeated right now. They're number 1 in the country. Give me Arizona.
Yeah, screw it. Give me Wisconsin.
Michigan State at Nebraska.
Did I do good with my fake line? With my Ken Palm
Yeah,
line?
I mean, it's basically,
Okay.
yeah. All of these, by the way, are Ken Palm estimates.
Okay.
Michigan State minus 4.5 at Nebraska.
I don't remember what his character said in 300. No, this is Sparta.
Mm.
Yeah. Michigan State. They're going to win by like 15.
They also said tonight we dine in hell.
Mm.
Michigan State.
Wow. Are you saying Nebraska's hell?
John?
Do I want to try to steal a point?
You keep saying Nebraska's good. You have to. In honor of that, you have to say it, Nebraska. You have to pick them.
Mm-hmm.
Or else this whole week
Michigan
was a lie.
State is not good. They've lost 4 games.
Look who they've lost to. All ranked teams. 2 of them are undefeated.
Nebraska also lost to a ranked team. Oh,
They-
you did
That's
say that.
right. The Creighton Blue Jays.
And then they lost to an unranked team.
Yeah,
Michigan State. K-State Tominaga
Coward.
points 13.5 over or under.
Over.
Over.
I'm going to go under. Central Michigan at Creighton, a game you can hear right here on 1620 The Zone tomorrow afternoon, 1 o'clock. Pregame starts at 11. Central Michigan plus 29.5. Picking the Jays.
Is Connor Stallion still doing things?
Oh,
No,
great
that's
question.
Michigan, not Central Michigan.
Whatever.
Well, he did
happened
stuff
with
at Central Michigan, though.
Fair.
Yeah, remember, John?
He was on the sidelines.
Yeah,
He
people
worked
forget.
for them, but he didn't. Creighton.
Give me Connor Stallions.
Wow.
It's just a lot of points. It's a lot of points. A little backdoor 3 at the end of the game. John's like, oh, the cover.
The
Baylor
backdoor 3 will get ya.
Shireman, 20.5 points, over or under.
Under. A little back down to earth game after what happened on Sunday. They don't need him in this game. Go with the bench here, Mac. Play the bench.
Over.
Under.
Hmm.
Josh, you convinced me.
Okay.
And there you go. Predictions for this week.
Jacob Bigelow points out that the Purdue game is in Toronto. Zach Edey homecoming game. I didn't realize Edey was a, sorry.
Well, there you go.
Oh, welcome to Canada. Do you want a poutine?
Coming up.
Edie or Eddie?
Oh,
Why
that's funny.
is sports betting killing the sex? And politicians farting.
Oh.
On 1620 The Zone.
Omaha's most listened to all sports radio station. Again and again and again. 1620 The Zone.
Hey, it's Tapper for the FanDuel Sportsbook, and the playoff push is on in the NFL, and FanDuel has plenty of offers for you to get involved. Here's one. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line bet. $150 if your pick wins. So pick a favorite this weekend, or pick a dog if you like them on the money line too. You get $150 in bonus bets if it hits. That's not all on the FanDuel Sportsbook. There's also the wide range of betting options like spreads and player props and anytime touchdowns, scores, and futures bets, which is probably a good time to get those in right about now. Visit FanDuel.com/Happer and get involved in the NFL season with FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. 21 and over, present in Iowa. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bet that expires 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Suicide can be prevented by knowing the warning signs. And most importantly,
knowing what to do if you recognize those signs in yourself, a loved one, or even a stranger. There are simple ways you can be there for someone, so they can be here for more tomorrows. Visit moretomorrowsne.org to learn the signs, how to approach the conversation, and where to get help. Or call 988 for help now. That's moretomorrowsne.org.
The Renegades. Sticks. The Jukebox Heroes. Foreigner. With very special guest, John Waite. August 26th, CHI Health Center, Omaha. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Sticks and Foreigner. The Renegades and Jukebox Heroes Tour.
Hi, this is Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. Great service never goes out of style. When the digital age dawned, many said computers would be able to handle many of the interactions that used to take a person. Boy, were they wrong. How many times have you called your bank and gotten a recording to press 1 or 2? Not at Equitable. Not only does Equitable answer your call on the first ring, it's answered by a human being. That's because Equitable Bank values its customers. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
Every Friday, we bring you discounts to some of your favorite businesses in the Metro. Now we bring you deals every weekend, too. Welcome to OmahaWeekendDeals.com. This weekend's deal is to the Corner Kick. Searching for a taste of Midwest Mex in Omaha? Fortunately, there's only one place to go, the Corner Kick. The Corner Kick Sports Bar, where tacos and tequila reign supreme. They've crafted a unique Midwest Mex scratch kitchen, seamlessly blending the heart of Mexican cuisine with the warmth of the Midwest. Head to OmahaWeekendDeals.com to get yours.
As we end 2023 and look forward to 2024, locally owned John Higgins Weather Guard would like to thank our friends for your continued support and patronage for 35 plus years. We wish you the happiest of holidays and a prosperous new year. And if you're even thinking about replacing your roof, we invite you to make the right call to John Higgins Weather Guard, the home of the rooferees.
John Higgins Weather Guard, the home of the rooferees. Make the right call.
Right now, thousands of Omaha families are struggling to escape poverty amid record inflation. But this holiday season, you can help them to find a way forward by giving to the Salvation Army. When you donate to the Salvation Army, you help fill empty stomachs, warm cold hands, put presents under the tree, and more. Join our effort to love beyond Christmas. Give to the Salvation Army today at omaharedkettle.org. That's omaharedkettle.org.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Gotta play ball.
Thank you again, Stone Hollow. Those were all tremendous.
Yes.
Stone Hollow, I'm in love with you.
Yes. That peach cobbler, I want more.
Marry
More. But I have to drive home.
You do have to drive home.
That
Time for some content, Nick. Go.
Delicious. For the second time in 2 weeks, the Steelers fell to a previously 2-win team at home, no less. They now sit at 7-6 and in 8th place in the current AFC standings. Is this team making the playoffs?
No. Too many teams in the race and too many teams that are better than the Steelers in this race.
Not to mention, I'm not a big Kenny Pickett guy, but like it's obvious that he's a huge upgrade over Mitchell Trubisky. So
yes,
see you later. And I'm not going to miss you in the playoffs this year, Pittsburgh.
Marvin Harrison Jr. says he's undecided on the NFL draft and is considering a return to Ohio State. Do you buy this?
Absolutely not. I mean, I guess I could hear an argument like he's the son of a former NFL player. Like he is of money. He comes from money. He has money. But come on, no way. He's not gonna. It's not the first contract in the NFL. It's the second contract. No, he's gonna get into the pros and try to get that second contract as fast as possible.
But even a first contract, that's a lot. You're telling me they're going to spend that much money in NIL?
Don't buy it.
The idea was that Henderson too was going to be one of these guys. No, he is going to go to the NFL. He's not going to stick it out for another year, especially when he doesn't even know his damn quarterback's going to be.
You want to put a John Ball on that?
I don't have a John.
Nash Hutchmaker is practicing with the
He only
Huskers
plays for the Huskers
wrestling team. Josh, do you care to poke the polar bear and make fun of his life choice?
Yeah. Wrestling is stupid. Dumb sport. Bad sport. Don't care about your sport.
He's trying to better himself.
You make fun of the thing that I care about and do every day. Why can't I make fun of this?
What, the Dallas Cowboys? Because they're evil. That's
no,
why.
the activity that I take.
What's
part
that?
in
What
every
activity
day.
is that?
I don't know. I don't have any quarters on me.
Come on, we need more burgers.
If you make fun of me running
I should make fun of that
every
activity because
day.
when you do it in front of children, it's against the law.
No, I had a shirt on today. It wasn't warm enough. But you make fun of running all the time. I'm going to make fun of wrestling.
Quarter!
Bad sport. Stupid sport. But if it helps him as a football player, then cool. Sign me up.
Running is good exercise. It's just not a sport.
Wow.
Did you put in your quarters from last week when you missed?
Yeah, you kept saying
you
the
missaid
wrong
like 6 different
words.
things.
No, I didn't.
You did. It's recorded.
Next.
This is a fun sentence. Should Sean McDermott be worried that his awkward 9/11 comments 2 seasons ago in training camp will cost his job?
You didn't include that in the predictions today. You jerk.
Okay, who's going to track that?
Me, I'm going to watch the game.
Yeah, but how do we know it's actually going to? There might be a moment where you might miss it, and then it gets.
I will watch literally the entire game.
It cannot be properly accounted.
I wanted to have Will Nance Aroma or Tracy Wolfson talk about it inside of the game broadcast.
Like, will they just say the words 9/11?
No, well, they just talk about the Sean McDermott 9/11 controversy. Wow, sad. Will it cost him his job? No, not making the playoffs will. Or they're going to fire him regardless. So I guess, yeah, if we want to blame this, that's fine. But he's going to get fired.
Well, and that's the shame of it, is that his supporters will probably say, well, see, they fired him because of those comments.
Cancel culture.
When he's probably getting let go because they won't, if they don't make the playoffs. They need to make the playoffs.
Yes.
Because it is a hard look with a team as talented as that.
Dude, one of the best quarterbacks in football.
With all the analytics in their
Sometimes.
direction, and they can't find a way to win games.
Duke entered the college hoop season at 2nd in the country and now find themselves near the back of the top 25. How serious are Duke's issues and can they be fixed? Was asked this week by ESPN. Should this be a long-term concern under someone not named Coach K?
No, I don't think it should be a long-term concern. They still get all the best of the best in terms of the recruiting. This has been a year where teams are getting knocked off. Michigan State struggled. We've seen other teams get blown out. We saw Creighton get blown out by Colorado State. Now, granted, Colorado State's still one of the undefeateds left. But I think it's too early to panic right now.
I actually disagree with you, but that's mainly just because John Shire is following a legend, and it's very hard to follow legends. We rarely see people follow the best coach, be the guy who continues to roll. They struggled last year. They had a lot of issues last year. They've gotten off to a bad start. You're right. College basketball can be weird at this time of year. But I feel very comfortable in saying that John Shire is not the guy.
Real quick, are either of you going to watch the last in-season tournament tomorrow?
Oh, man. It'll yeah, I don't think so. I don't know.
I won't even remember that it's on.
I'll tweet at you and remind you.
I still won't remember it's on.
But I'll tweet at you.
I'll be like, what the hell?
Say, John, hey, turn it to ABC. And you'll say, what? And I'll say, no, you're not Kent Walgamite. You're John Bishop. I'll say, turn it to ABC. And then you'll turn it to ABC. And you'll be like, oh, that's right. And then you'll watch.
Probably not.
Yeah, maybe 5 seconds.
That floor will give me vertigo.
Mm-hmm.
Financial analyst Meredith Whitney says sports betting is killing the sex.
What?
Which says that 63% of young men are single, and that's the highest it's ever been. And 50% of those young men have no interest in dating, not even casually. And 30% of those men, or 30% of young men, say they have not had sex in over a year and don't seem to care. So the point
because they're getting pleasure out of sports betting instead.
Sports betting now through technology is as easy as buying something, ordering a pizza online, or shopping online.
Now, going back to our discussions earlier, this just seems to be a thing for young people. I don't think it's about the gambling. I think it's because they don't want to talk to people in person. Nick?
I like sex.
Nice. Good take.
I mean, there's a real hope here for
sex is cool
for ugly Gen Zers because
oh boy,
because
thanks, John.
Because if all the youngs are betting on sports and they're abstaining from sex because they're more interested in whether or not their parlay hits,
which I don't understand the correlation.
And
doesn't make any sense. You can do both at the same time.
Assuming that the sex drive of the average Gen Z female is the same as all other generations of females at that age, there could be opportunities, Nick, for you to cash in because there's going to be less guys out there on the market wanting to have the sex because they're too busy wondering if the Lakers are going to cover.
I don't even like parlays.
Spread.
I'm more of a teaser guy.
I never have sex.
There you go. Nick gambles.
I'm going to read the last one.
Oh, no, but John did tease the second.
Yeah. Oh, the second. Okay.
Yeah.
My bad. Former U.S. Senator John Kerry. Remember him?
Mm-hmm.
He was speaking as the nation's climate envoy in a conference in England when he was talking about methane emissions.
Methane and coal pollution. There's a study that just came out the other day. My daughter, Vanessa, who has the privilege of working with Dr. Tedros, repeats to me frequently that we should not measure progress on the climate crisis just by the degrees averted, but by the lives saved. And
wait. I'm sorry. One more time. What was
just
that?
By the degrees averted, but by the lives saved.
This is like when Jim Nantz and Phil Simms called that football game that one time.
And Simms hotboxed him?
And then that was the last game he ever called with Jim Nantz.
How great is that John Kerry can talk about methane and then release methane into the noxious methane into the air?
You know,
he was a Vietnam veteran, probably ate a lot of Spam.
I was just going to say he's a troop and you are disrespecting him.
Wow, not watching the game and then saying this stuff about John Kerry.
I'm not saying
let the troops fart.
I'm not saying he can't fart. It's just
that was a fun noise too. It was like
yeah, that was like sometimes you hear those and you're like, I don't know if that was a fart or if that was just
that was a fart.
Shit. No, that one was clearly a fart.
That was a fart.
Yeah, that was definitely a fart.
Oh, we're done?
We don't have time, John.
It's 5:51 in 10 seconds.
Oh,
this
my
is the end
God.
of the. This is the end.
I wanted to do this one, but you wanted to talk about old guys farting.
Just by the degrees averted, but by the lives saved.
Again, for some reason,
I like farting. All right.
Okay.
Should we come back and
Also,
wrap up
we
the
can
week?
do the bet of the day.
Hey, it's almost done. We have after this 2 weeks left.
Oh, thank God.
By the way, I
Guys, it's
realized that the
almost
game I
done.
picked is actually tonight. It wasn't
Classic
last
bet of the day. Classic.
It's got it all.
Wow.
1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Looking for a unique gift for your friends and family? Any size gift card will fit every homeowner or gardener on your list. We're your one-stop shop and homegrown headquarters. Rooted in quality, unmatched value. Lanahaw Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
Good boy. At Cox, we think all customers deserve a reliable connection. So whether you're a loyal customer who's been with us for years, or you're new to the family like this little guy, you'll get the same great deals on the same great internet. And no matter who you are. See how you can save at cox.com/deals for all. Other restrictions apply, all rights reserved.
At Dingman's, we are working for you before you even walk through our doors. Our level of commitment to industry involvement and continuing education is second to none. Through our ongoing involvement, we stay current with all the best repair procedures for the ever-changing vehicle. This includes working with auto and paint manufacturers, as well as insurance companies. Our repair facilities are set up with the latest repair and technology. Our ongoing work is to ensure that when you do need us, we are able to provide you with the safest, best repair possible. Because at Dingman's, we would rather be the best than apologize for anything less. Dingmans.com.
That to-do list you have needs one more thing. Chill. It's an easy thing to do. Just crack open an ice-cold Coors Light and chill. Take the afternoon off and binge watch anything. Go to happy hour and stay for a couple hours. Who's counting anyways? Or hang out with just your dog because you've had enough human interaction this week. Whatever you do it with a Coors Light. Mountain cold refreshment made to chill. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Celebrate responsibly.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Attention sales professionals. NRG Media is looking for an accomplished business-to-business salesperson who wants to take their success and skills to a new level. Is this you? Our account executives work with local businesses to create marketing plans to help them get more customers. On air, digital, on-site, audio, video, it's all part of what you can sell. A sales career with NRG lets you make a real difference. Get more info and apply online at nrgmedia.com. NRG Media is an equal opportunity employer.
Unsportsmanlike Conduct with John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
We did it.
On 1620 The Zone.
And you know why I'm laughing, don't you?
Now, it's time for the Unsportsmanlike Conduct Bet of the Day.
Just a little bit under where some folks would like to see this one wind up.
Brought to you by nobody.
You gotta be kidding.
Really, we don't have a sponsor. Sorry.
All right, as we talked about yesterday, John made a mistake. Nick and I lost. Nick and I both had unders in the game last night. I had the regular line, 30.5. Nick had 25.5, an alternate line, and yet the Patriots scored 21 points by themselves in like a quarter and a couple minutes.
I was so convinced.
Yeah. Let's see. I'm going to go with a 3-teamer in the NFL this weekend. Give me the Bears to cover against the Lions. Give me the Texans to cover and win outright. Well, win and cover. Give me the Vikings to win and cover. Plus 626. John, we know what you're doing.
High point.
High point, baby. Nick?
Give me the Ravens, the Colts, and the Lions. That's plus 328.
That's the bet of the day.
Iowa.
Nope, you'll lose.
Nice.
Wow, John. Okay.
Well, you picked against my team.
You picked against his team.
I hope you lose.
John, it's the Ravens.
I don't care.
Stop having Rams derangement syndrome.
Chris in Montana says maybe people are losing money and they can't afford to go out on dates, so they blow their money on the sports and there's nothing left to take the hotties out to dinner.
Well, don't blow your money on the sports betting and take the hotties to dinner.
Well, because we're blowing our money on the rent and the food and the gas.
Well,
and the subscription
tell
services
Biden
that
to
we
stop
also
jerking
need.
up the prices.
I don't think it's a Biden thing. I think it's a greedy
We're always-
corporation thing.
It's always about the
President.
the president.
I can't wait to blame President T for all my foils again.
That was nice. I liked having that.
Nick, don't worry. In a year, you'll be able to do it all over again.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, it'll be
President-elect
little-
at this time.
Yeah, well, yeah. It'll be a little
President-elect.
more than a year.
President
What do we got on Monday? Well, obviously recapping the Cowboys win over the Eagles. Man, that's going to be nice. To also be in first place in the NFC East.
We're going to be getting ready for the Dolphins-Titans.
We'll be getting ready for the not doubleheader. We
That's
love
right.
those.
We'll have
That's
a game on Zot and a game here.
That's right.
Hell yes.
Choose your experience.
We'll recap the weekend, a complete breakdown of Army, Navy, and more.
We will not do a complete breakdown of Army,
How are
Navy.
you going to do it, John? You're not even going to get to watch it.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, trust me. I'll
A complete breakdown of the NBA Cup, which we'll all
There'll
remember.
be 3 scores total. It will be easy to figure out.
Got
who played.
him. All tip. Here we go. Sorry. Soapbox time.
You
It's
don't
too
need-
late,
you
John.
don't
The
need
show's
a lot-
almost over.
You don't need a lot of points to be a good game. That's all I'm saying.
Mm.
And it's about the tradition. It's about all the great stuff that happens at the stadium, the pageantry,
Definitely.
the emotion that goes into the game. And I, in all seriousness,
I
look forward to CBS's Open. They always do a nice cinematic Open.
That's true.
Where they talk about the troops and their families. It's really cool. They always do a
I like the
bang
special
up job.
uniforms.
Also, Monday, we'll
And
be
the
talking
special
about
uniforms.
Nebraska volleyball making another Final Four.
The volleyball?
Yeah, and folks were wondering why they weren't in the predictions. I mean,
Yeah, we know what's going to happen. They're going to make a
we
Final Four.
could have put in the predictions today. Will the sun rise?
Yeah. Oh, we could do that next week. Nick and I could catch up. Will the sun rise?
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, you can't catch up if I'm going to answer.
No, the answer's no. Whoa. Just kidding.
See ya.
Bye.